I'm finally tired of all the standing by. Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try. Let me show you what I'm made of. I am so much more than my mistakes.
And I'm finally tired of all the standing by.
Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try.
Let me show you what I'm made of. I am so much more than my mistakes.
I'm kind of glad you didn't pick up. I kind of just called to hear your voice. I miss you. I've been thinking about you, and I've been thinking about our love, and how much I miss you. Every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want to go back to the old days because I miss you and I just thought of you. Of you listening to this, the thought of you on the other side of the line, I can't hang up. I don't want this to end. Not again. I don't know if you miss me too, but I hope you do. Never go back to what we were, what I became so used to, what I thought would be forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Acer League 2022 for PUBG PC. It's a beautiful evening in India right now, and the teams are ready and warmed up, and they're trying to make their way for the main event in Bangalore. But before we start the proceedings, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Aurobindo, they also known as Oro Gaming. With me will be joining on the desk Tarun Agarwal, also known as Apcon Apcon. First of all, I would like to ask you, how have you been, my friend?
Man, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling grateful to be here, and all the teams they're gonna be ready because this is gonna be the D-Day, which we call it the decider day semi-finale. It's gonna be, and all the teams are gonna fight up against each other. We are gonna have some back-to-back matches, but to all the viewers who have been tuning in, do not forget to check out all the products which we have here. Thanks to Acer as well. We have this Acer Predator League, one of the most amazing opportunities, a platform for most of the PUBG, PC players out there to make sure that they could showcase what they are really capable of. And there's a lot at stake. But before we start things off to talk about the stake, let's talk about the prize pool as well, Oro.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, there's a lot at stakes. Why not reveal the grand prize pool of the Say Separator League? It's 4 lakh rupees. Upcon and the first position, the teams which will be securing the first position will be actually getting 2 lakh rupees. Second position would get 1 lakh, and third, fourth, and fifth. Actually, the MVP, the team securing the MVP will be getting 20,000 rupees. But Upcon, I feel, and for every tournament, not about only the Acer Predator League, I feel the prize pool is secondary. They fight for their pride. They're fighting into showcase. These are the finest teams we have in PUBG PC community. But these teams will come out and showcase to become the best and to conquer and to move out, because from today's teams what we have, which we'll be revealing in a few seconds or few minutes, but from these 15 teams we will be seeing only 8 teams which will be qualifying for the Bangalore land.
Definitely, man. And as you mentioned, the team fought to be here. They came all the way up till here. And no
Hmm.
matter how hard you fought, what matters what you are gonna fight from this point of time. From today onwards, we are gonna getting some immense action of PUBG Mobile. We'll take a quick look at the schedule and format to see that what sort of overview we will get to see throughout the semi-finale. So let's take a quick look. Here we go. Today is the day one indeed, and our match number one is gonna begin all the way at the grounds of Wrangle, the home ground of PUBG, as you guys know. Then we're gonna have the map of Miramar. Now this is gonna be very interesting because you can, really expect some immense hot action right there, as the
Hmm.
name and the map itself. Around 5 matches back to back for all the teams out there. There will be a total of 10 matches, which we'll get to see entirely in the semis, Oro. But what's the thing
Hmm.
what you love the most about this entire schedule? Because I love to see three Wrangle and only two Miramar.
See, Upcon, it's not about Erangel, it's not about Miramar. It's about how these teams are prepared and how are they going to showcase their, the performance which they have been preparing for so long. Now it's you said it's the D-Day, right? It's semi-finale. If you don't perform here, you go direct back home. There's no way qualifying ahead. So you have to be on your toes, and already you can see there's a a placement system. The point system is there. For each kill you get 1 point. For these are the basic things which we follow in the PUBG PC. For if you get a winner chicken dinner, of course you will be getting 15, you will be securing 15 points. But upcon, let's see, when we will see our teams, there was a long process of qualifiers going on before this, and yes, we
Yeah.
have our qualified teams for semi-final one. And upcon, take the proceedings.
Man, we have 15 amazing teams who will be firing up against each other. Before I let you guys know that how teams will get to move forward, let's first introduce all the 15 teams who made it this far. First, going on with the side of none other than four Bandos. Then we have 9 years old. We have Chupa Chups. We have Death Parade. We have Enigma Gaming. Finally found Gentle Pandas. We have God Squad. We have KILLFEED. Navi M4. We have Team 5911. Team bahr, Team Hawk, Team Uncrowned Kings, and welcome to Minas, which is indeed a place itself, I guess, to in the map of Miramar. Let's see where their
Miramar,
drop
yeah.
location is going to be, because Minas well is going to be one of the most interesting, places in case they do want to dedicate their entire team name to the place where they might have, got a lot of success.
Mhm.
But we got to know about the team names, we got to know about the schedule, we got to know about the format. Now is the thing which we'd like to share, that out of all the teams, they got a fight to come at the top position. Only top eight from this 15 teams will get to move forward.
Yeah, of course, Upcon, as we move with the proceedings, the matches will start in a while, but Wrangle will be our first map. As the name suggests, welcome to Minas. But will the other teams welcome then in Wrangle? That will be a questionable point because nobody is going to give an inch to anybody here because it's a
True.
battle royale. You cannot focus on one team. You have to focus on rest of the 15 teams because if I exclude me as a team, if I'm playing there, so there will be 14 more teams to tackle with, Upcon, because there will be different strategies, different drop spots. If we see
True.
any early clashes or not, that will be a point as well. How will these teams rotate? How will the utilities be used? How will the vehicle rotations will come out? We'll watch it here in Acer Premier League. Before we move on with the matches also, I would like to ask the audience that Acer is always coming up with these unique style gaming laptops. They are already bringing up a Predator Helios 300, which is equipped with super
Oh man,
cooling
yeah.
technology. Upcon a blistering fast display, which the gamers always like, that display, the FPS which you need to play these kind of games. Upcon, I feel if we want to buy it or if you guys want to buy it, all the description, all the links are given in the description below or in the comments below if you're watching in Facebook or on YouTube. You guys can grab your laptops fast from those links by just click on them and you'll be redirected to those pages.
Yeah, we talked about Helios 300. Man, it comes up with a 12th gen i9 and
Yeah.
alongside an RTX 3080. As a gamer, we both know, or whenever we play alongside that, how much does, like I also often cry out
Mm.
about my FPS, but man, this laptop is going to be completely insane. FPS definitely matters for gamers, and this really, denies each and every barriers which come between a gamer and their
Mm.
performance. So let's go with the first match, which we will be starting off quite soon. The first match indeed is going to be Wrangle. And as Oro mentioned, we will be looking out for the start of Team WTM, who go by the name
Yeah.
Welcome to Minas. And how will they be welcomed in this first map? Yes, you did talk about the zone, you did talk about all the utility being used, but that's going to be completely important as what their start is going to be. In case they start off quite well, things will be really quite great as they get an opportunity to not just gain much and much more of the time being dedicated towards their loot, but that would also help them fight all the way towards the end circles. Survival gameplay, the level of difficulty which teams are going to face off in this current game, we know it's going to be at the peakest level, and the pressure is going to be on for all of the teams right there.
Yeah, I feel, Upcon, let's not waste any more time. We should begin the Ace Operator League 2022, our first matchup of the Ace Operator League 2022 for PUBG PC, and it is going to be Wrangle, map of Wrangle. Let's see, where is the plane path starting from? Maybe from the northern side and ending towards the southern side, maybe from the eastern side, but we'll find it out. But we can see Team FF, it's semi-finale one, map number one, India. It is in the Indian region, Race Operator League 2022. These guys are fighting out to be on the top 8 teams so that they can qualify for the main event, which is going to be happening somewhere down this end of the month in Bangalore. Upcon, and let's see where are these teams jumping out.
Man, a lot is at stake, but here we go. The plane path looks pretty decent, but it favors a lot towards the western side, to be honest. But teams, they're not going to get much, I guess, difficulties to make sure that they move on towards their ideal position. Yes, it's totally all the way towards the center side, and as we mentioned, it goes all the way from the southern military base all the way towards the northern starboard area. Most of the teams out there have been looking to go towards the eastern hand side of the plane path. Only two teams going towards the western side. This is going to give them such a big crucial edge. For now, you're seeing on your screens who is going to be team finally found, moving all the way up towards the left hand side area towards the farm side. We can see all the four players scattered a bit. Some clash might be expected towards military base when it comes to the late rotation. As you can see, even a team dropping down all the way towards Milta, this really raises up the question that where will the first zone move on. Well, it goes all the way towards the northern eastern side, which means teams are the military base. They don't have much time to make sure that they just load and also rotate, because in case there's any team out there to meet them all the way towards a military base bridge, then it would be a very never ending fight for them.
Yeah, Upon, you mentioned the point correctly, but I feel Yasmaya Polyana is a hot drop right now, and I can see two teams, maybe start to battle it out. But for the time being, Enigma Gaming, Mr. Hardwell, he has an M76, and being driven by his teammate towards a safer location maybe, or a proper location where he can get his proper loot, because this is a phase where you find out players looting it out. But I think this is Team Havoc up on fighting it
Oh
out,
no.
and they're driving and fighting it out, and this team doesn't have seem to have a gun. This is what the problem is, because you take early fights, you
What?
don't have guns, you don't have proper armors, you don't have proper vests, you don't have proper guns to fight out. And I feel, again, UMP and a shot being taken out. And it seems Havoc's, in Havoc's team car, Team FF player was sitting out, and it was a
Yep.
very
It was.
easy kill for FaZe UWU.
Yeah, man. I mean, some unthinkable stuff going out right there. Like Arpan, we saw him just hopping onto the Dacia. Just an unwanted guest right there, being taken away. But there was a lot of opportunities for the team right there, because even he had an M4, like an M16. He got to he had an opportunity to get at least 2 to 3 players down the kill. But somewhere down the line, the pressure was kind of on, and somewhere down the line, we also saw team just getting away with only a loss of one player. Team General Pandas, on the other hand, they are also having some decent loot all the way towards the northern side of the shelter region. Where, most often we see players going on towards the prison and also the side locations to make sure that you're able to get some area control as well. First zone is going to shrink in quite at the earliest possible time, only 2 minutes down the clock, and meanwhile, teams are also quite ready with most of the loot. We are looking after Sanjay Singh having an M762. That's a brilliant barrel weapon. This barrel weapon does not only comes up to be one of the most beast guns, but also one of the highest fire rate when it comes to the ammunitions of 7.62 mm. So, yup,
Hmm.
indeed a very amazing loot. General Panda, we are looking after the side of Bongster as well, an M4 for him. Let's hope that he gets a decent number of headgear at least, because no armor, no helmet is really going to be punishable for you to capitalize on the 1v1 duels.
No, I've gone, just to put more emphasis on the last fight we witnessed, uh, because this is a one-day semi-finale, Afghan, I don't think you can, if you as a team cannot afford these situations to happen, because you are only getting 5 matches, Afghan, right? And end of the day, it will toll down to that scoreboard, and of course, then you will be pressurized to take those unwanted fights which you don't want to. And when it comes down to the scoreboard pressure, you have to get those kills, you have to secure this amount of position points, and
True.
then things start getting southways, and you as a team start falling. But for the time being, I feel Zhanglu has been revived, and he will heal himself up. They have a buggy to travel to a safer spot, because the zone rotations have begun up on now. So now the looting phase will slowly move on to the zone rotation phase. Death parade it is, and they have a good decent start to their campaign. I can say Acer Predator League 2022. They played good, I think, because for the time being they are moving towards a safer spot where with their teammates. I can see only 2 players. I think this is Zanglu and one more player driving him. Where I can't see his perspective. Okay, it's Beast official, and the rest who are on I think UAZ.
Yeah. True, man. And Flip J coming up with an M24 knock, that too with an headshot. Some sniper action we are getting to see right here. Kill feed, they're rotating all the way with the Dacia, but the shots are going to be fired. Indeed, it's going to be a difficult position. He needs to move himself out. The vehicle is being that brilliant cover, the medium, to make sure that he transpose all the way towards the center of the circle. But now he might want to regroup with his team, and there he goes. The God Squad, on the other hand, also moving inside the zone. The first zone itself has been given a very big, amount of I'll say a shift, and all the way to favoring towards the eastern side. You might want to get all the way towards the center, because once you get inside the zone and you're caught up in a fight, it's going to be kind of difficult to make sure that the next zone, which is not favoring you, you just deal with the fight as soon as possible, and you also get enough chance and enough players alive to move in all the way towards the zone. But an amazing knock once again towards Team TBS Flip J. This time it's going to be Pankill.
And I feel sniper actions have started, and already you see 9-year-old team Humble Dog. He's carrying a Mini 14 with an 8x. These DMRs can be deadly during the last circle fights, or maybe if you want to take a long range battle with your opponents. Already you see Pankill has a K9 with him, Car 98. These kind of weapons always help you when you take those mid range or those long range fights, and when your snipers take those one shot one knock, you as a DMR come in and get those finishes, right? And until unless you get those or secure those finishes, you are not getting any single point for kills, because as long as the player is knocked, you are not getting any kill points, right, Upcon? So you need to secure those finishes so that you can convert them and make it count in your scoreboard. Oh, that was a good shot from Relax, maybe K9 fight. Last time Pankel got the better of him, but this time, see, this was my point. Pankel got getting secured. See, this is the point. Your sniper gets a knock, and a DMR player or a support player, you are securing your team a kill.
And as you mentioned, like in the beginning of the entire match, we had two teams who dropped down all the way towards the Yasiana side. Because the
Yeah.
zone is favoring it, teams are not yet, feeling that pressure. They're not yet in a very disadvantageous position where they are forced out to move out of this position. 2 more minutes left, and the phase one is going to shrink in. We're going to move on to the second circle, and let's see that where will the second circle shift. For now, I would still not be amazed if we have some of the teams out there who might not even have made all the way inside the circle. I did expect it that out of two teams going the way towards military base and no Repnoya, we did expect it, like, maybe there would be a clash in the bridge rotations where we could expect a bridge camp teams who are down there towards the farm and Milta. But nonetheless, still we have all the teams remaining alive. Only 3 players by far have been eliminated. Shots are being exchanged between both of these teams, but none are going to be the one who will be able to just capitalize or even want to overcome it. Any team elimination would result in a 0 placement point, but he has a clear vision. Sahiyee ke paas, has a brilliant vision to himself. He could really want to hold on to the trigger, might really want to clear shot so that he could connect an headshot, and that knock would really be quite valuable. But on the other hand, we have 5-9-11 as well, trying to engage in a fight and get some early kills.
I think the team is trying to rotate. He's trying to damage the vehicles also, because end of the day, you can always damage the vehicles if you're not getting any value out of your shots. See, because when they move forward, if they find any team ahead, they also might give them damage and ending up on a vehicular blast, finish. So that can be a process which these teams might be thinking of for the time being. 5-9-11, Rupesh and his team is driving towards the safe circle, and I feel this team is taking that kind of an approach where you late rotate and play edge to edge on the circle, right, Upcon? And it is a kind of a strategy by teams where they feel, going in the center of the circle can always be helpful, because you have a solid positioning, but always some or the other team is looking to capitalize on your position. They might rush you, they might slam and directly take you down, but the circle, it seems, it's favoring the northern side again. It is shifting towards the northern side. Now, Ameshki looks so clear. Stalber looks so clear. Stalber, you always get a higher advantage. The teams, I feel, is in a problematic situation right now are the teams which are hovering in the blue circle, and they can take an extreme, maybe a western rotation and go towards Stalber, because that area is clear up on.
But so far, the startup team, Chupa Chups, and somewhere down the line, is this fight going to be worth it? Because a bit mistake could really be quite harmful for you to just get an early, finish off towards the first map. It's just the first map. Whenever we talk about, the first day of first map in any tournaments, it's important that teams really kind of, understand what the other teams are up to. They really got to know what the rotation of them looks like and where do they stand in the lobby currently. First map, having loss, having a victory would not really matter. What would matter is being consistent throughout the matter of 4 and total of 5 maps. We have 4 more maps remaining after this map of Erangel, and a brilliant knock coming in onto the side of Baba. He would want to take him over with the vehicle, and there he goes, the first kill. 49 years old, but on the other hand, we have Team Welcome to Minas, who is making sure that they are getting some shots fired down the line. But Team Enigma, on the other hand, they do start to gather some of the amazing frags, and well, just as we talk about it, almost 2 to 3 kills have been secured. So Team Enigma looking very strong in this fight.
Of course, Upcon, I think it was Salman OP from Team Enigma's side who was getting those frags, and those are the crucial frags. You said, starting on a good note is required as a team, and Team Enigma game has started on a brilliant note, I would like to say. But for the time being, welcome to Minas. they are having a hard time because I think they took those shots and now they are in a problematic situation. GodSquad and they are firing. Minas is also trying to counter, but it doesn't find any value. They only try to get the damage. Okay, that was an ambitious shot, but it didn't connect.
True, man. Like, just down to 1 HP, like, just a pixel HP is all he needed, the damage, and he comes out with an amazing M4. On the other hand, you talked about this man, Salman. Oh, he's quite up. He is on a roll today, and to get in such form, it's very important, also, that you bring up from the very earliest point possible, because that's going to be a big advantage, not just to you, but also to the entire team. And as you mentioned in the prize pool as well, that we have a very big segment, just dedicated to the MVP, who is going to be the most valuable player. Salman is really looking quite a big contender after this first match, but let's see here we go again, in the kill feeds. Enigma once again coming up on top, knocking down Team DP, who is going to be a bit, in a struggle right now. Dead Parade already has lost a lot of players, and this time they are almost looking to be down. Team Death Parade down to just one single player surviving, and Enigma is having already 4 kills confirmed.
Oh, I feel Upcon. I think Enigma Gaming is just ripping things apart at this moment in this lobby, and they are hungry. They're hungry for some kills. They're hungry for some position points. They want this first match to anyhow come into their situation, and I think at this moment, Enigma, whatever they're doing, is converting into an advantage situation. But I think some other team is having a different opinion, Upcon, because Enigma Salman OP has been finished out. He has been eliminated from this matchup. Now it's all up to their team. How will they, look up to this situation? Team KF it is. I see only Turbo and Gattu alive in this situation. Rest, Responsible, and Bird are eliminated. Now what happens, Upcon, when you have 4 players in your team, you have those options. You have the flexibility of looking at different directions. For the time being, Mr. Hardwell and his team and his boys are smoking up and trying to survive at this moment. Suddenly, Team Enigma is on top, and as long as Salman SP was securing those finishes for his team, or for those kills for his team was looking solid. Now they are looking to save themselves, because they know if they overcome it in this situation, they can get eliminated at any point, Upcon.
Yup, definitely. And speaking of which, Team WCM hasn't quite, got any much like early casualty. They have those 3 kills. That's going to be a big advantage. Or how we see only 2 teams getting eliminated. Even at this point, if any team making it so far and getting eliminated will get 0 placement point. Teams being knocked down between the 8th and the 12th position will get 1. And that's where, your Provided style is going to be a big advantage to you itself. Scoreboard moving on all the way from Team Enigma. Lot of shots being fired. Team welcome to Minas. It's a jackpot day for them as they get a lot of frags towards their crosshair. Buggy is totally been rolled down, but somehow it's the players still surviving right there. Mini 14, as you mentioned, that in the later storage we won't see much fights, but in the last phase of the map we might get to see a lot of DMR action, and so far a great knock coming in from the start of Riara on Teri Mummy.
Welcome to Minas's long-range games looks solid, really solid. See, they got a important knock. They deployed the vehicles as well, and now they are just struggling. He's trying to secure. Fears is trying to secure those knocks which he has. Mummy is knocked out. He doesn't want Mummy to get revived again, because he knows if Mummy gets revived back, he won't get any value out of it. But of course, he has given a lot of damage to the team. Now they are in a concerning spot. For the time being, I think this is Aurum YT, Killer God, and Vase UW. This is HAVK. And Enigma's team, this team doesn't stop. Upcon. Even if their star player has gone out, they're still dragging out. They're dragging hard. They're trying to get into their opponent's head, and they're trying to get into a good positioning so that they end up securing some good reaching points from this match.
True, and here we go. We have only 12 teams alive at this point, and Team UK, which is going to be Uncrowned Kings, they are looking at a very advantageous position. 4 players allowed from their side. They have the balance. They have that entire play zone towards their side. Team Enigma, on the other hand, they lost 2 players, but having 6 kills, that's gonna be a brilliant place to be be, and they might almost be at the top 5 position when it comes to the overall scorecard, but still, well, Teams Alive, let's see what their kill really looks like. Team Unknown Uncrowned Kings are really looking at a good position. As I mentioned, they are looking to gatekeep, and the gatekeep situation which they currently have against the opponent, that's not just going to give them a good crucial kill, but also will raise them. But Team Enigma, oh my god, they got eliminated at the 12th spot with only 7.6, of which is kill point for only placement.
Upcon, I think, matlab, situation started on a higher note, but it seemed like an anti-climax now. But I can say that Enigma's frag points are on point, but they have no other option. This is Team 4 Bandos. They have no other option than smoking out and run in the open area. But this will be, I think, easy finishes and easy kills for Uncrowned Kings. Look at them; they are having a feast right now because they know the team has to run and open or have to give their kills to Circle, which is not going to happen at this moment. But sometimes it seems a good idea that you shouldn't give any extra points to your opponent. You can give it to the blue zone because the blue zone is not going to get the MVP, right? Up front, the team which is standing up on the hill might get some benefits if you give them those easy kills. But at this moment, 5-9-1-1, they have a good position. They can capitalize on it. They're capitalizing on Team CC, and they are not on a good spot. They have their grenades, they have their smokes, but for the time being, Team CC, they're looking to smoke out and be safe, but you don't know what happens. If you smoke out, you get spammed, and Tantman gets Grumman. That was a good crucial nade. One more grenade goes out, and I think that will be the end for Tantman. Yes, it is. I think that was Grumman.
Great, man. Great advantage being gathered from the side of Team 5911. Alongside that, Team Hawk is also looking strong, punishing down each and every player from Team CC. That's a big chaotic situation for them as the zone also pushes them out, and they're forced on to take a huge chunk of damage from the play zone. 9 teams remaining. Only one is going to be the one who will secure the winner chicken dinner of the very first map here at Acer Predator League 2022. Which team is it going to be? That's going to be a big question, but I'd love to see what the zone is really up to at this point. Auto all the way towards the center, that's going to be a big advantage. Team TBS down the line, they managed to get a brilliant knock, but the damage is going to be as such that he might not be even able to force out and confirm his kill, but the use of util is still looking strong. Team Bahr is just looking forward to eliminate the side of Team 5-9-11, and what a nade! What an amazing nade that was from the side of Flicker. He moves on to hold a very big position. He's just what they had done towards the start of Team CC, but obviously that gets another knock. Actually asking for revival, but that's going to be a 3v1 situation where Team Bahr is looking very strong in their position, giving the opponent players.
Team 5-9-1-1 gets eliminated. Upcon, it's a huge. I think because the pressure was immense on them, and the higher ground advantage was used onto their advantage for the time being. I think it is Team Welcome to Minas. They're still surviving. It's top 8 teams. Upcon, 25 players are still alive, and see the situation. It's business right now, and the teams are trying to get their hands on their kills. They are trying to get better of their opponents if they have the better positioning at this moment. The TheGodSquad, they had a good position, but the circle, it seemed like no, we are not going to give you the next center. They're going to give you only the edge. So the circle has shifted down towards the southern side finally again, because from the first, this angle had seen only a northern shift. If I'm talking in perspective of the circle, Upcon, but Uncrowned Kings, they have their players alive, and already they have 5 kills secured, which is a good hefty number, Upcon, because you can improve this number from here on. But Welcome to Minas Fears gets a huge damage, but needs to heal up, needs to get up on his feet, and then play along with his team.
Yup, and a lot of the zone might also a big issue for the side of Team TBS. Already Relax is going down, but what a position! Oh,
God.
flicker he did, waited for a quite long, and that was totally being punished from the side of Google. CC8 Kid is still surviving, manages to take down NM4 Legend, and this is still going to be a big upper hand for him. Team CC did not have much, players to work with. They have already lost in terms of the numbers advantage. A lot of casualties going around for most of the teams right there. But here's going on to the fight. He gets punished for going out in the open. This team needs to get the trade desperately. HP. He goes on a reload, and that's it. That's a squad elimination right there. Team TBS, they get eliminated at the 8th spot, leaving us with top 7 teams and 18 players alive. The God Squad, he is looking at a good position. 6 total skill for the God Squad already, and well, maybe we can have the 7 to 8 as Team Welcome to Minas is on their crosshairs.
Yeah, exactly. See, they are not taking any losing, right? They are, simply holding their position because they have a good one up front, and they are just punishing the teams who are outside the circle, and they are securing those easy finishes. Look at them. The numbers goes up like in a second you saw 5 kills. Now they have 7. It might be the 8. They are taking the shots on the players of HAVK now. But team, the God Squad, they are looking strong up. This is what I said. If you have 4 players alive in the last circle, you can always have the flexibility of, your players looking at different angles, getting those, or even stealing those kills, or cheeky kills, because some player might be knocked out. You see them with your snipers, or you see them with your, DMRs, and secure those kills for your team. They are being very watchful. Uncrowned Kings, they have not taken any close range fight, but they have, I think this is CD, TR CD. He has a SLR with him along with a M76, but his helmet is damaged, Upcon, and West is not looking strong as well. So I don't seem confident, or because when your helmet is fully damaged, Upcon, you know what happens. One bullet in your head is enough for you to go down.
And especially when you have so many DMR demons right there around the corner, like 15 players alive, and most of the players are definitely going to go up with the DMR action. But there we go. Another team elimination. This time it's going to be Welcome to Minas, who will get eliminated at the 5th spot. That's a pretty much respectable, position to be at after you gather a total number of 6 kills. But here we have Team Uncrowned Kings, who are ready to be crowned the first winner when a chicken dinner to their name. We have the 4 players alive. The 6th kill is going to be confirmed from the side of Pro G, and that's how God Squad is going to come up with the 10 kill mark. That's brilliant. Not only is that brilliant, but that's going to be massive, because once you are in your double digit with your kill number, you are definitely looking on to conquer the entire map. It's going to be a 4v4v2 situation. And which team do you think always going to be on the upper hand at this point?
I think it's God Squad. They have secured the 11th kill also up front. I think Team HAVK. It's Waves UWU. He also gets down. It's Translucent who gets the knock, but he needs to secure it very quickly, because it is only 3 teams alive. Upcon Uncrowned Kings survived with full force, surviving with 4 players. It is the God Squad. They also have 4 players, but look at Uncrowned Kings Pro G. He is showing, the perfect example of trigger discipline. He is trying to get a clear headshot, but he's not finding one, Upcon. He might connect a leg shot, but he's still waiting. I want to see how much time he'll wait for it. He's still not trying to. When will he connect? The match will get over, my friend. You need to connect it now, Pro G.
Come on.
Pro G, what are you trying to do, my friend? It's still not taking, but it's unforgiving. Oh my God, Upcon. It's the God Squad who gets that kill. Pro G was looking at him for a year, but still he didn't take a shot. The God Squad secured the 13th finish for their team, but Uncrowned Kings Pro G finally gets his revenge. But will they get the winner chicken dinner? That's the point. But the God Squad, they're not looking so good, because they have only 2 players standing. It's Raxial and Translucent. Translucent already has 6 finishes. He is on a roll at this moment, but he needs to play along with his team, because I think Uncrowned Kings, they have 4 players. They have the numbers advantage.
And Team Uncrowned Kings with the 4-player advantage. Even if they win it, let's talk numbers. Team TGS coming at the 2nd position will still get away with 25 total points. Meanwhile, if you talk about the side of Uncrowned Kings, they might get 15 to the board, but with only 8 kills and adding 2 more, that would also total to 25 points. So this one is definitely going to be a few kills which you need to secure. And if you are the God Squad, you definitely need to make sure that you are coming up at least with 1 or 2 more knocks, because you would not want to give up the winner chicken dinner to a team with their 4-player advantage. All the 4 players remain alive, and now it's down to a 1v4 situation. One of the player has given up his position. There's a lot at stake for this point. When it comes to the God Squad, 1v4 not looking that doable, as the zone is also going to be to a big disadvantage. Already with him being anticipated at this position, has an M4 with a normal magazine and goes off to take the first knock.
Oh.
Needs to confirm it, but he's down to 34 HP. He goes on without scoping in, and the winner chicken dinner to Team Uncrowned Kings with 10 total kills. That's brilliant. What an amazing start for this team. But also, as I mentioned, no matter that who came first or second, both of the team are going to be on the even grounds with 25 points each gathered.
Yeah, of course. See, the name suggests Uncrowned Kings, but they get crowned in the first map as the winner chicken dinner. And it seems a good start on their campaign, and it seems solid, Upcon. But, the thing they were trying to do, I don't know, the kill on HAVK, but that's okay. If you are on the winning side, even if you miss any kill, I feel he would have sacrificed that point for the bigger picture. You always need to look at the future, and the future was to secure a winner chicken dinner in the first map, and they did so. And what happened was the God Squad did. They obviously revealed their position, and it seemed, I think, God Squad and Uncrowned Kings, they did a good job.
True, man. And see, that's what even my trigger patience look like whenever I try to move on and get a kill. Whenever a player is right next to me, I do get nervous at times. But this indeed is the Acer Predator League. Your one mistake could really be not just harmful for you, but also your teammate. After coming this far in the circle, you might not want to just get away with that, like 5th or 4th spot. Team Enigma, we'd like to talk about them getting so many amazing kills. Mr. Hardwell, one of their star players, he was really, being expected to step up just the first map, and already they got eliminated, I guess, at the 8th position, giving them only 7 points in total. But they really need to cope up. We did talk about it in the start. Only the top 8 teams will get to move on to the next phase of this tournament, and this is really going to be decided by today itself. First map already done. You have 4 more maps remaining, with the next map being Miramar. 50% of the map is now going to be Miramar, and then it's going to be Wrangle. The teams have studied the Wrangle so far. One of the biggest thing which was out of factor was the play zone. The play zone was completely devastating, as it goes all the way up right side towards the Salva area.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was the last few circles which started shifting towards the southern side. And at that time, I think God Squad and Uncrowned Kings capitalized, and they had a good position from the start. Few teams from the picture I saw in this map, Upcon, I saw few teams was trying to play edge to edge, which helps because you always know that nobody is there to stab your back, because your back is cleared. Of course, it's only the blue circle who can cause a problem. But for teams who are in center, I already said during the match that player will always come to challenge your position. They can directly push, and I think Team Enigma Gaming did a good job in securing those early finishes up on, because they were on fire. Literally, they were securing it. They were everywhere. The kill feed was only Enigma Gaming's. Only Enigma Gaming's name was being shown that time. But it was a good start. It was a solid start, but it could have been better, Upcon, because you didn't secure any kind of position points, which might hurt you end of today, because end of the day you are playing for the scoreboard. I said, as the matches pass by, Upcon, you will start feeling that pressure.
Definitely, you'll start feeling the pressure. And looking after the scorecard, a big advantage, as you mentioned, for the God Squad and Uncrowned Kings, knowing that they have already, inside the like a double digit, that would really be a big advantage. But we'll talk a lot more about that. But for now, we'll be taking a quick short break. You guys stay around with us on our stream, as we're going to be having some amazing matches right here. So we will be see you guys in a short while. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Acer Predator League 2022. This indeed is going to be a very amazing day where teams are fighting up against each other, and only 8 of them are going to make up all the way towards Bangalore for the mega stage. This is going to be a big, big day for most of the teams out there. But joining in alongside me, it's going to be Oro and Oro. Just we witnessed the map of Rankin, and how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, AFCON few teams had a good start in Erangel. Just like we mentioned, it was the Uncrowned Kings. But let's have a look only. Now, let's summarize it while having a chat about the scorecard, which will be coming in a while or in a few seconds only. It's already there. Map wise scorecard is in front of our screens. AFCON Uncrowned Kings. They got a amazing chicken dinner, and look at their kill points. Look, they secured 10 position points and 10 kill points, which makes it to a total of 20. And God Squad is not behind. It's not a big buffer. It's only a 1 pointer difference between God Squad and Uncrowned Kings. But Upcon, it's not a fight for the top position or the second position right now. It's a fight for the top 8 positions, right, Upcon, right? Because from these 15 teams, only the top 8 will matter from now on. Like for these 4 matches which are left, Upcon.
True, true, and a great beginning indeed. I'll say, like the God Squad, even though they did not manage to come up all the way up to get the winner chicken dinner, it was kind of a very unfortunate battle for them in a 3v4 situation where most of the players did lose out on the outside of the circle, but they had many number of kill points to back it up, and that's what will give them an advantage. Teams being at the top 8 position is going to be a big advantage for them, but Team Enigma as well, being early eliminated, did not even manage to get any single point for their positioning. They had 6 kill, due to which they are at the top 7 position, but is it going to be enough is a big question. Yes, Team Uncrowned Kings, they've got a big start. They can even afford to lose out one of the maps in the like further stages, like the four maps which we are having down the line. Team finally found, we have Team General Pandas, we have Team KILLFEED, Death Parade 5911, 4 Bandos, and Team Navi M4 were down at the bottom, like a position all the way from 9 to 15th. So it's going to be important that they step up. The lead is not that much that far. It's going to be just a matter of 4 to 5 points. If you drop down and get an early elimination onto any of the opponent teams, that's an opponent player who will be eliminated, and that's also 4 big points for you to go through all the way at the top position. Well, with all of those things said and done, Erangel map indeed was very interesting. The zone made it look way more interesting and way more challenging for the teams out there. But what do we have in our books for the next map is going to be a big question, as we'd love to see Team Welcome to Minas move all the way towards the map of Miramar.
No, well said, Upcon. But I'm concerned, really concerned with the teams on the second page right now because they only have 4 matches, Upcon. I said the semi-finale is going to be a problem for those teams who are not a good starter. They might not end up in a good situation after 4 matches, and they will think, now I need to get 30 or 40 points in 1 match, which is going to be a really, really difficult task because uh, practically speaking, that won't be possible, Afghan, right? Because in battle royale games, you need momentum, and for the time being,
True.
teams on the first page have a good momentum. They have got those kill points, and when you secure those finishes, when you secure those knock players and convert them into kills, you as a player get more confident. You suddenly, those body shots gets converted to headshots. But let's talk about it on the game only. Miramar will
True.
be starting in a few seconds, Upcon. And let's move on. Acer Predator League 2022 PUBG PC it is, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be the semi-finale 1, and second map is around the corners, and it is just starting it out. Let's see where is the plane pass starting, and welcome to Minas, of course. I hope so. They're going to Minas Del Well. Otherwise, it will seem
Yeah,
that they are
man.
not doing justice to their name.
Yeah, true, true, man. It'll be really disappointing, man, if they don't go all the way towards Minas Del Well. But here we go, looking all the way towards the plain part, and it's taken off on the map of Miramar. Team Chupa Chups being the one who was sitting in the front row, it seems. But an interesting playing part. It starts all the way from the bottom. Los goes all the way heading towards the northern side. A good breakdown if we talk about the playing part, that as it's going to give each and every team out there to be a big advantage for them to go to their ideal drop locations. Already, few teams have started to drop off. Team Chupa Chups are
Oh,
going all the way towards Los Leones. Now, that's one of my favorite places. That's one of the places where you expect the zone to shrink most of the time. The southern shift from the map of Miramar, that is something which we have watched, quite for our usual time now.
you know, I like this plain path. This is just dividing the map into two halves, right? Upcon, and you can properly fold it. And I seem like
True.
a guy who like to fold my blankets in a proper symmetric manner, and this seems like a that kind of plain path which will symmetrically fold the map. Just having fun,
Wow.
Upcon, but
Yep,
that's
yep.
okay. That's okay. But when you cast with me, you hear these bad kind of jokes. So sorry, guys. Moving on to the map of Miramar. I see already players traveling to their job spots, but early fights might start, and already Mr. Responsible is very close by towards Relax's team, and and the circle has given a problem to the teams which
Oh my
are
god.
already towards the extreme northern side, because we don't see a usual water side shift in Myanmar for the circle side, for circle perspective, Upcon. But Team Enigma,
True.
they are on a proper spot. They are looting at this moment.
They are. They indeed have to. They have to make sure that the number of kills that they gather, in order to make sure that their domination still stays alive in the server, they want to make sure that they have an indefinite amount of ammunitions for their loadout. For now, most of the teams out there are going to be looting in. Team Enigma, as you mentioned, Salman in the previous map, man, he had an amazing game, but unfortunately, them losing out to the advantage to the zone and also to a third party, kind of, not an ideal position to be at. Team finally found as well. They need to make all the way up to the top five position. Ideally, Oro, I believe if you are at the top five position, that's a big relief for you because you really want to keep at least one or two of those maps as a margin of error, that in case you just lose out the last two maps, almost now just game number one is over. But in case, just in case if that happens, so it's not really hampering your placement point or your ranking, which would really make sure that you are in for the next phase, which is indeed going to be the finals. I would like to call it the regional finals because it's going to be the Indian regions who are competing up against each other. All the top tier teams showing us a top class action. And you even talked about, some of the uniform, like we getting to
Hmm.
see in terms of the plane path and also the map, like showing us this amazing circle. The last time I saw this circle, to be honest, it went all the way towards the watery regions where team eventually had to make sure that they are totally energized with their EPs, which is the energy points, gathering those like energy drinks and also the painkiller, and then swimming down the water to see where the end zone is going to shrink. But that's like once one in a thousand maybe chances that it happens.
Of course, Upcon. But I have a different point as well, which I want to discuss about with you. That is, in Erangel also we saw a lot of DMRs being used, a lot of snipers being used. And in Myanmar, you have those, by default, you start on a mid range or a long range. Mid range is only the long range. The kind of mid range fights
True.
you have in Erangel gets converted into long range fight in Myanmar. And for teams now, they have to really bring up their A game in these kind of fights right now. And I feel every player will now have either a Kar 98 or a M24 if they have a DMR. They can all having those proper throwables at the right time, because during that God Squad fight at the ridge, the grenades were placed properly. That's why I think that was an easy converted fight for God Squad, and they secured those 13 finishes very easily. Yeah, so let's see, let's hope for the best for these teams. For the time being, these teams will move around, because in Myanmar it takes time. Because if you want a proper loot, you have to move around, and along with your rotation you have to loot, because it's a big map, right, Upcon, and you need proper ammunitions and good amount of ammunitions. And already I think Gentle Pandas has spotted a team. And
Oh,
why aren't they taking shots? They can. And yes, Tsar has finally started to take some shots. He has a Mini 14. And talking about ammunition, Sapcon, he has only 105 bullets, and which doesn't seem enough for me at least, because both the guns
true.
are of 5.56 right, Apcon?
Yep. I do believe, and I think he even has a chance to switch around to one of the, 7.62 ammunition, which is just down on him, a barrel weapon. But on the other hand, Team Enigma already losing out to one player. Man, that's a big drawback for Team Enigma. As now they'll be forced down to continue with three. It doesn't seems to be like eliminated. It seems to be a slight disconnection as we see 60
No,
players
he's
still
back.
alive.
He's
And well,
back. He's
here
back.
he's
He's back.
right back. He's back. Luckily, Team Enigma still having the 4 players advantage. Would want to make sure that at least this start off the day very strong. Whichever team got into the double digits, whichever team managed to get the winner chicken dinner, they are just one good game away, I believe, because out of 15 teams, Oro, you have been someone who has been quite experienced when it comes to the battle royale
Mhm.
games. And what does it take to come at the top 8 position? Is it that teams could keep a certain number of points, which they would really want to keep a target, maybe 50 points, which would ensure them being at the top 8 position? Or is it like you would want to more on lean forward for the winner chicken dinners with the gather?
Mhm. Yeah, Upcon, I have a simpler way to describe it. Okay.
Wow.
This is good
Enjoying.
observing. Thank you, observer, for this shot. But I have a good word to that. To the point you made is like you need to be consistent, right, Upcon? Consistency will
Right.
always give you a proper way, or makes your way more easier, because as a team, if Kings think like this, that our angle was good, right? We already secured 20 points, but on the next map, which is now going on Miramar, we get early eliminated, so suddenly your average comes down to 10 point per match, right, Upon, which is not at all good.
True.
And suddenly you'll see him push down on that scoreboard, because the scoreboard which you guys saw just a few moments back before this match started, that was temporary. Permanent scoreboard will come after the 5 matches, after these teams battle it out in all the matches, which is already planned out for today. Commando Black are for
Hmm.
4 Bandos already dealt a large amount of damage to that player who was riding his bike, and it was Chibi.
True. I think his aim was completely precise. Not gonna blame him for that, but definitely gonna blame the bullet weight, which really took down the recoil from the Mini 4. 14 on the other hand, 4 windows as well, moving all the way towards a fight. Why is having a clear cut to make sure that he could come up with a nog. Gave a lot of damage to the Mirado, but this indeed was not able to close down with a nog. He has a motor vehicle to work with. He would want to go on and regroup with his team. Him being alive so far alone, it's not going to be like I'm not a big fan of players who like completely are being a lurker at this early stage. But yep, we have all the teammates as well, just enjoying this amazing sunny day here at Miramar. Indeed, it's just the second map, and the play zone is also not going to be a big enemy towards them, as it's going to give a big chunk of damage. Not only is it going to be about the damage, but also it's going to be about the number of med kits and the bandages, which
Oh,
is going to just go off in this early phase. You would not want to just completely drain down your utility, drain down your med kits in this early phase, as then you might not be able to left with much when it's needed the most in the end. Then the team Enigma now finding up against the side of Team NL, and so far there's not been much success for them to get speed off.
yeah. Upcon, in these long range fights, one thing also comes into play is the bullet drop, right? And you already saw Enigma's player how precisely they were taking those long range battles. When you could have seen that player. He was visible, but because of the bullet drop, he was aiming a little higher, because he knows the bullet will when it will reach to that player, or it might go down, and might not proper connection wouldn't be there. So he
True,
is
true.
these guys are making it look easier, but it is not. Even we have played this game, and it's really difficult while you spray with your AKM, with your M416, with your Scarl. But these players, the last match we saw how these players were crouching down and peeking and
Yeah.
taking those precise, shots. And even I saw a vehicle fight there. The teams were taking those vehicle fights earlier on with that UMP. That was, I think, Team Havoc, maybe Upcon, if I'm not wrong. But this time Circle
Yep, yep, yep.
has taken a sudden shift again, and the teams which are on the northern side, they are on a little bit problem. But if they find a proper spot, they of course will rotate down towards the southern side. And Team Enigma, they're looking good. They have a good position. They have their 4 players alive, and of course, I think last match they got a good chance to show their firepower, and it seemed really, really good. Upon if you give this team a spot, they will snatch your spot.
Truly, man. And for that, you want to give a big role, a big, like thumbs up to their like firepower. The firepower what Team Enigma has got, that's completely, I'm impressed by their firepower. And definitely, as I mentioned about Mr. Hardwell, he's one of the most experienced player from their lineup. He has played for many number of tournaments. Even in the previous showdowns, we have seen him competing so hard. He has what it takes. He has that experience. And with this level of experience coming at this stage, the pressure is not that on compared to any other player out there who has just made it up this far. Meanwhile, Team 9 years old getting a good opening. This time it's welcome to Minas, who is gonna be ED, who gets down. Revival is gonna be given to him. Pankill looking to just capitalize on the knock, but he's just gonna not be that lucky enough, as his teammates are kind of not being that surrounded with these advantages. They are indeed surrounded with most of the players, but Team 9 years old now willing to regroup. One more knock would really force them to go on with the rush, and these rush are completely, kind of a 50-50% chance which it gives you. Guardian with the mini, DMR actions all around, shots are being fired from all around places, but I love to see what the zone is getting to offer between the Impala and Los Leones side. That's the region where you get to see most of the open fields, and this really forces our team to go out there in the open rather than just be inside the cover. Two teams still finding out of the zone to make sure that they come inside, but that's a big struggle. Again, Miramar, I believe one of the most important piece of your loot is also going to be your vehicles. If you have the vehicle, the vertical disadvantages can totally be overcome by just rotating down with a vehicle. But if you want to run down like at least 1,000 meter up far from the play zone, that's a big disadvantage to you.
Yeah, of course, Team 9 years old. Already you can look at Google God. He has a M4 and an SKS. As I said, Miramar will always make you, earn your kill, Upcon, right? Because in those mid-range fights, what happens is you get those knocks, but you cannot secure them because either they will be on a ridge, the player might get knocked and he might roll down towards his teammate, and you cannot secure or get a clear vision towards your opponent. And end up getting revived, right, Upcon? For the time being, I think it
True, true.
is team Welcome to Minas, and Welcome to Minas Rocker. He has a Mini 14, he has a Scarl to help him on those long range, not long range. Long range will, of course, will be the preferred weapon will be a DMR or the sniper which he is carrying at this moment. But I think they are fighting with Team Havoc, and both the teams are being very watchful, very careful, because they know one knock can be dangerous, because the team can push in or they can reposition. They can, of course, damage your helmet, damage your vest. And for the timing, I can see Team Minas players having only level 2 helmet, and level 2 helmet it's like better than having nothing, because for me
True.
level 1 helmet is like bare head only, right? Because with level 1 helmet you get one shot of AKM or a car 98, you get knocked. With level 2 you can
Yeah.
still barely survive it, but you still have some HP to fight it out. But level 3 helmet seems satisfaction for players, because but it's really hard to find, right? Of course.
Yeah, truly, man. And especially when you have, four of your amazing friends playing alongside and, just fighting on for that one level 3. But on the other hand, back to the game, Team Enigma Gaming. Oh, yeah, he had a clear vision, but somewhere down the line, one of the players seems to be getting eliminated. outside of the play zone. Like we started off with 60 player, one of the player, the kill went in the side of team Chupa Chups, and another player is gonna go down to the play zone. Now that's a big disadvantage as we see the numbers advantage totally being denied from most of the teams out there who might want to continue inside the zone with their 4 players. Finally found seems to be finally spotting on to some of the players, and 3 players in the crosshair of Arpan. The team might have called off to rotate inside the zone because it's going to be a big damaging circle. This time it's the phase 3 which we are talking about. Yup, it's the phase 3. Within 1 minute 30 seconds it's going to totally get shrinked in. Using a pickup trunk as a a medium to rotate is indeed one of the best choice, because a Mirado completely doesn't gives you that good advantage. It is fast, the acceleration speed it's completely good, but the bullet intake ability isn't that great. Here we talk about the start of King, man. It's a very big knock coming in from the start of team and Uncrowned King, and they happen to get the first kill already. We were talking about them that after the getting the winner chicken dinner, it's important for them to just maintain that consistency, which I also talked about that how important it's going to be on the other hand. Team Enigma also taking on the players of Void Gadu. Team 9 is also getting down way by way. Many of the teams are now started to fight and engage inside these amazing firepower fights, but it's all about the zone, and the zone is shrinking in. They cannot really afford to lose out at this point after being alive for so many minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a close range fight, and it's not looking good for team. It is team. Welcome to Minas. One player getting knocked out. That is Tuheen Max 10. But I think Rocker was there to give him some proper cover fire, right? Up one, but some teams might take this opportunity and third party them, and already you see those shots. But
Wow.
this Death Parade's team already some grenades being fired at, grenades being thrown down, and it's a higher range, lower down the range fight once again. Up one, and now it's welcome to Minas Spears. I think he will take down Jianglu. Death Parade being on the upper wrist side, still not finding those proper or not connecting those shots is like disheartening up on, right? Because it seems like you have the advantage, but finally found. Bravo it is. Gets, I think, HAVK's player. And multiple fights have started, and there are already Molotovs being used. Enigma's player finding those finishes. It seems like Enigma and Uncrowned Kings just have started from where they left Upcon.
True, and they are, Team Enigma is left with some unfinished business in the previous map. Uncrowned Kings, they might have a big lead, but Team Enigma, they have firepower to their advantage, and compared to what we have seen them perform since the very start, they have been looking quite hungry for some kills right here. Team WTM, which is going to be, welcome to Minas, they already have gathered 4 kills. This lurk from Fear S was indeed completely, needed. In case he did not have lurked to this position, his team would have been at a very big disadvantage, as we saw the opponent team completely taking them down one by one. On the other hand, team finally found as well, the player he took down burned in his own Molotov as he maintained to toss it up. Team Uncrowned Kings still managing to get few frags. This time it's going to be 9 years old who is looking at a very bad position, and Enigma Gaming Salman OP yet waiting to get that first frag. They still not have able to confirm the kill, but finally Chupa Chups, it's going to be Mummy who is up with a mini, only 111 bullets, but yeah, this time it's kind of enough for a DMR as you have an M762 in your primary sector. But whoa, finally the first kill been confirmed, and that's going to be an elimination for the start of being 9 years old.
It seems like Chupa Chups are connecting those shots, Upcon, and this is very important that they secure those important frags, right? Because at this moment you just can steal those kills, you can just damage your opponent's helmets and vests, or else find a better positioning where it will, of course, end of the match will give you a better positioning, better advantage. At this moment, Chupa Chups player Mummy gets another, I think, knock for his team, but I think it's Enigma Gaming players who are, I think, onto the players who are knocked out, right? Of course, I think they will secure some finishes, and they are securing. Look at the way they have placed, parked their vehicles. They are trying to make this area as a fortress at this moment, and this can be a good spot, but a dangerous one because they have lot of openings, lot of angles which needs to be covered, and they have only few solid covers. You need to blast the vehicles to make it a permanent cover. Otherwise, it can be very, very difficult because if the tires are not burst, you can get shot at your legs because you have those bigger gaps, below your car, and players can expose that. Players at this level, they know how to create angles. They are always innovative. They are always trying to get those cheeky angles, and they can always punish you. But for the time being, I think this is Uncrowned Kings. Upcon, they are looking again very, very strong. They are again sneaking in towards the team, and if that team doesn't read them, it is going to be difficult for that team. And once again, that upper ground thing is feeling like a myth at this moment, because I haven't seen any team creating advantage who is at the upper ground in this Miramar at least.
True, and Team Enigma as well, like, getting those 3 kills, they were at the upper ground, but then they forced out and, just rushing towards the side. We saw 2 kills from the side of House, who was completely, rotating with his pickup vehicle. The pickup car was completely insane as he got both of the kills slamming down with his vehicle. Team 511 are down to just one player. Oh my god, the bullet drop is so well calculated from the side of Gurem, and he manages to finally he got the knock. But wait a minute, that was Salman OP who got that kill. 511 player was indeed knocked off, but it was Team Enigma who got the kill to their advantage. And the AW, M action is going to be totally on at this point. Wow, man, this is going to be interesting because you are looking at some, we're talking about some high level of, bolt action rifles, which is going to be, out from most of the teams, and especially when it comes to Team Enigma Gaming, yes, they are, just looking at a very big killing domination. Team TBS, which is going to be, the side of, I believe, Sahiyee, who are still alive. Team Uncrowned Kings looking down the side of Team NM, still trying to spot them out. Rupesh is also down. Team 511 are not having much players to work with Enigma Gaming. Oh, they get spot on, and the shots are being fired, but it does not really affect them from getting inside the zone safely.
Upcon, I think more than the bolt action, it's the mini 14. It's like very irritating because you have those extended mags, you have those amount of bullets where you can irritate your opponents. And look at Enigma Gaming, they are fighting it out, but still they are being punished by other teams who are standing long range and trying to get a third party, because already Enigma Gaming players did it so, right? Because Uncrowned Kings took a knock, but one OP it was who secured the finish, and the point will of course go to the player who secured the finish, not the player who knocked him out. But at this moment, it is NM4, Navi M4. Zak. Okay, it's Baba who got shot at, and currently he needs to heal himself up. At this moment, Uncrowned Kings seems like they have again a good compound, good positioning, but Mr. Hardwell and Ghostly Boy are the two players standing it out, and they have to fight in a 2v4 situation. Cypher gets knocked out. It's a 2v3 situation. Will it be possible? Hardwell goes down, but Zakarem gets taken out from different angle. It's Uncrowned Kings who is creating other problems, right? Yapcon, and at this moment, Enigma is getting help, but I think Enigma will get taken down. It was easy. It was Gurem who took down Team Enigma. Once again, Enigma goes down on the 7th position. Yeah, it was not a bad match for them, but a decent one once again, which will of course make it possible for them to still maintain their spot on the top 8. End of day, they might qualify for the main event, which is going to happen in Bangalore as well, Upcon.
Yeah, Team Enigma really looking quite strong, and the expectations also with their fans is having is really going to be at the peak stage at this point. But Team Uncrowned Kings, man, they got 20 points in the previous map. They are already up with, I believe, 6 more kills. But here we see one final airdrop coming in. Which team is it going to be who will get few awards, few rewards if they maintain to get that risk and get away with this loot? It seems to be as the Team TBS is going to be the one. Team TBS is already punishing down the line for the son of Team TTT, but Unknown Kings are totally being into a domination. The 7th kill is going to be confirmed. King is already up with the lead with 4 total number of kills, but look at Hades. This is just me playing another PUBG PC game, and that's going to be Hades, who is just willing to not give up his position quite yet. No more placement points for him. He just want to make sure that he survives all the way till the end. But look after the side of Saad Bhai as well. He's having that mini 14, as you mentioned. M79 coming up on top. Well, if you talk a bit about, what the package is going to carry, it's going to be an AUG alongside a level 3 of armor, but Navi M4 gets eliminated, which leaves us with the top 5 teams.
Because Uncrowned Kings again looking very, very strong and looking deadly. And look at the confidence, look at the body language, right, Upcon? And you know the body language has changed since the winner chicken dinner which is secured in the first map in the Acer Predator League. This is the semi-finale one. Map number 2 is almost done and dusted, but it is Ape Kid who is going to drop it from 10 that was an ambitious play again. It was hard to control, but he seemed to deal some kind of damage. But now Unknown Crown knows, and this is what happens when you don't connect your shots. Opponents don't give you those easy bees, right? You have to earn your kills. That is what I said. In Minas, you have to always work hard for your kills. But Uncrowned Kings, they're making it look easy. They're taking a walk in the park. They are just parking their vehicles wherever they want to and getting those places for them and securing those easy kills. The God Squad is still alive, Afghan, and I think God Squad's players are securing finishes for themselves as well, because I think TBS, one of them have been knocked out by them, and the King is taken down. Uncrowned Kings in a little bit of a concerning spot, but they know how to cover themselves up.
Playing around quite well with the smoke wall currently being deployed. Make sure that all the players are going to be still up. But King is for now once again taken down. God Squad is down to a 1v2 situation. It's a very big situation for him. Team DBS, they might have a good clue as to where the player is going to be holding, but the smoke is totally denying the vision. For him, it's a 1v2, but on the other hand, he has just lost a play, and the grenade is going to do the job for the side of Team TGS. The God Squad is indeed looking as strong as the previous map, and this time this is going to be the map that we want to secure that winner when the chicken dinner, because consistency is going to be the key, as Auto mentioned, and that's going to be something which Team DGS, they are totally falling. But Uncrowned Kings, this is going to be punishable. Team CC is totally aiming them down. Each and every player are just on the verge of an elimination, and there we go. Team Uncrowned Kings, they get dethroned from that consistent performance. 5 kills for Gideon. The man is up, and the team is also up. We have Team TGS on the one side where they have 10 total kills. Then we have Team CC where one of the player, Gautam, indeed is having 4 kill, 5 kill, and on top of that, his team also totals the number of kills to the double digits. It's a 1v4 situation, and I love to see how Hades is still being alive for HAVK.
The God Squad, always revenge is sweet, right, Afghan? And when your revenge comes this quick, it's really good, because you have a 99% chance of getting a winner chicken dinner converted in this map. They are trying to find out, and the God Squad will find the Hawks player out, but I don't think Translucent knows the player is just behind him, and if these two players they might not be in same team, Upcon, but if they work together, they can put the God Squad in a problematic situation. For the timing, I think Curem's position is spotted. Chupa Chups' team is in a problem as well, because their hopes are with Curem, right? And he has been spotted. It's HAVK's player who is not yet spotted, and this can be an opening for that guy to come in and chip in with some 1 or 2 kill, which obviously adds on to your scoreboard, because you have some position points, right? If they're trying to heal themselves up, but they have only 1 first aid and 11 bandages. This is, I think, the player from HAVK's side. I think I would like to know who is that guy. It's Hades, Raxial, and I think the whole God Squad team, they are looking really, really good to get and convert a chicken dinner for them. They have the numbers advantage. They obviously will have the advantage of okay, this is going to be a good one. This is a 1v1 aim duel between Unforgiven and Curem, but I think the backup, which I said again, will be still Curem managed to take that shell down. He's not giving up. Chupa Chups players are still not giving up, and this is what it makes it more problematic. Now suddenly HAVK's player Hades come out. This will be a big problem again. Oh my god! Curem gets taken down, but HAVK's player Hades, it seems like he's trying to capitalize it. His key. Oh my god, he's trying to capitalize it now. He has taken 1 player down, which means already 2 players are down. Upward, it's a 1v2 situation. doable. Okay, this is looking doable now. They came close on a reload. He's confirming those kills which is required, of course, to get secured this point, but then again a long range
No,
fight.
not like this.
Oh my god, he had his chances. HAVK, if he would have pushed in on the correct timing, maybe Upcon, God Squad's team would have not won this match, but uh, 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 not a comfortable victory, but a victory as a victory. Winner, chicken dinner for Team God Squad on the second map, which was being played on Miramar Acer Predator League 2022 semi-finale 1. Match number 2 is done and dusted, Upcon.
Man, he made us sit on the edges of our seat as that 1v4 looked so doable, but a big, like we say in the Shrey, the like reward, the achievement, he is quite, I'll say, deserving to get that fame that he was the one who pulled out his entire team from the position where he was on the verge of getting eliminated. I did, while we were just having some conversations about the zones and what we feel about, it always going the way towards the southern side. This time again, we saw, near towards the Impala and Los Leones, we saw Hate surviving under the bushes where I told you, it's just me, another day for me who is just, playing a PUBG PC game. But that guy came up all the way towards the second position, which I never came. But that's the reason he is here all the way at this big stage and playing for his team. Coming at the second position is going to be such a big advantage, right? See, at one place, you're going to see most of the teams, like, the side of Chupa Chups, where they came up with a 10 plus number of kills, but they got eliminated at the third spot. Now that's like 4 to 5 placement point for you, but above you is a player named Hades who is totally quite good with his placement point. And Miramar is one of the most perfect map where these solo players really want to come up and be on top when it comes to the placement. But how much is the placement point going to matter is a big question, because unless you come at the number one position, you're totally going to be getting only 6, 4, 3 to 1 points, and that to 1 points where you come at the 8th to 12th position. So it's a big gamble if you are totally willing to compromise on your kill points and are going totally to play for the winner chicken dinner. Because mind you, whichever team has came at the at least first or even the second, third spot, they were having their number of kills in double digits. Only I guess team have HAVK will be the one where we saw Hayes having some decent number of kills, but the sort of Team God Squad, what a brilliant play from their side. Maintaining 4 players alive till the very end zone in a map like this is not that easier, but they made it look so.
Yeah, Upcon, I think second match is done and dusted. Erangel is done. Miramar is done. Suddenly, we see only 3 matches left. But we'll take this conversation forward. For the time being, we'll take a short break and be back with the third match.
wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna 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 fall in love. Just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love. Just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. Just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love.
I just wanna have some fun, yeah.
I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna 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 fall in love. Just wanna have some fun.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. After the short while break, we had witnessed two teams just winning the winner chicken dinner in the first two map. Now we are down to just three map remaining, but we want to look how the scorecard looks like. Because first game, Team TGS might have just missed by an inch in that 1v2 situation, but now they have finally came up strong, and they came up strong with 22 total points. Now imagine what the overall scorecard would look for them while they perform consistent. Team Uncrowned Kings as well. Both the maps have managed to get the double digit. What do you feel about the scorecard, Oro?
It seems like the first match only, right, Upcon? Because the teams which played good in the first match seem to have a good match in the second map as well. See, God Squad, they have a good position. They have a good kill point. The Chupa Chups did good in this match. They got 12 kill points, but it was the positioning which was the concerning fact. But still, if you are maintaining a top 8 positioning in every map and you have good amount of kills, of course you will qualify. But let's see how the teams like four Bandos, 9-year-olds, KILLFEED, Death Parade, finally found Bahr Sahiye. Welcome to Minas. Welcome to Minas. Okay, it was not a good Miramar for them, but they will like to have a good comeback on Erangel, which is going to be the third map upcon. But being said that. You have only 5 matches in this day to play, and out of that 2 matches are done and dusted. And as I said, you have to be consistent and very precise in what you do and what decisions are you making. Teams at this level need to know which is a good fight for them, which is a bad fight for them, and they need to step aside if it's not a fruitful fight, because it will seem like that we can get easy 4 kills, but by in what consequences will you face if you get those easy 4 kills and somebody sees you and open and capitalizes on you, and like Enigma's player did, and Uncrowned Kings on the last map also, like they didn't this showed a trigger discipline, that player, and the team God Squad players secured the HAVK's kills, and Uncrowned Kings ended up getting the winner chicken and not Team God Squad. Okay, so these are kind of few situations which teams need to sort out really, really quickly before the third match starts, because you're only left with three matches.
And it's not just for today, it's for all of the teams right there. We had 15 teams. For now, 2 or 3 teams are looking quite strong, and after this performance I definitely take this opportunity to say that the way Team God Squad has been performing, they might have really secured their spot at the top 8 position, because from this point onwards, when you have came at the top 2 position in first 2 matches, not just that you are at the peak stage of your performance and your confidence level, but a lot of pressure is off your shoulders now. The teams who are going to get pressurized is definitely going to be to all the teams out there who are just getting those early eliminations. Still they are getting punished on, they're not able to make it inside the zone, and zone has also not been that easy. In the wrangle match also, we saw how all the way it went up towards the side of Stalber. In this map also, it went toward the bottom side. Firstly, we were even seeing some of the water regions being contested inside the entire circle, and that what happens is gives a very less playing area for the players to be inside the zone. Already the circle is shrunk all the way towards the eastern side, towards the southern side, and the players rotating all the way from the top left region, which is El Pozo, players rotating all the way from Picado. They have to have those Mirados, those vehicles, to make sure that they come inside the zone, and also they have been gifted with at least some space to play around. Most of the players, indeed, we saw that they struggled a bit while rotating. They also in the especially in the mid phases, like in the end zones, we expect much number of players to be there, but Miramar, unlike the map of Erangel, was such that most of the players in the mid circles itself, they got eliminated. Most of the team eliminations
Yeah.
was in the third phase itself, because there wasn't much play area, as we talked about. After the fourth
Mhm.
phase, yes, the water region was been cut down, bringing up the center of the open fields. But for now, we want to talk about the next map, which is going to be the map of Erangel. Teams are going to get ready. The plane path is also going to take off, and we are going to see the
Hmm.
map entirely. What do you have a feeling about Erangel? Do we see one more challenge in the circle, or this time it might go easy on the teams?
No, I don't think it is going to get easier from now on, Upcon, because only three matches left. If the circle also tries to get easy, but teams won't let them sneak in such easily, because from now on, every team will have a set target in their mindset that this match, this much amount of XYZ points need to be secured by us. Otherwise, we are out. We are not going to qualify for the grand finals, which is obviously going to happen on a LAN in Bangalore. And nobody obviously wants to miss out on that opportunity, right? Because the top 8 from these 15 teams seems like sounds like easy, but it is not, because teams are battling it out and battling out hard. Yes, Naya Poliana, again, once again, two teams will contest that place out. And last time also we had a plane path from Stalbard towards military base. This time there's a little bit shift towards Cheverny. The plane path is starting from Cheverny and ending towards Novopronoy. Teams are going towards that military island, and Novopronoy is also a place to watch out, because those great fights can be very, very dangerous and very, very lethal, Upcon. But Yasna Poliana is the place to be, right, Upcon? Everybody wants this spot, because there are a lot of compounds here where you can find proper loots. But for me, it's like these big compounds give you nothing, Upcon. This is like just like it shows you something and gives you something else.
True, man. And I know, we some of the players, who love to get the few early loots. But wow, I love to see the circle right here. Like, out of 15 teams, more or less 10 teams are already inside the circles. 2 teams all the way towards the northern side are rotating all the way off towards shooting range and Sarki. We have Team CG all the way up at the Severny side. 3 to 4 teams at the military base. But, there's a little chunk of the military base as well, which is going to be inside the circle. Milta power is definitely going to be turned on to a bloodbath. And if we talk about a bloodbath, they have 2 teams facing up against each other. Death parade. And it's going to be, Team Chupa Chups who are up against each other. Now, which one of the 2 teams are you are? Because I love to be at this place where, Team CC is currently. But I know the most heavenly loot is something which Team Death Parade will be having comparison.
I feel it depends on the plane path sometimes, right? Because sometimes it seems like you cannot glide onto your favorite drop spot areas. But for me, it's military base. It has always been military base, because I love those sea building areas. I love the warehouses where you can get those proper loots, and crates also is a fascinating place. And those are hot drop areas also where you get some easy fights as well. Not easy fights actually. You get those early fights. If you have a gun, you get those easy kills, Afcon. That is what I'm trying to say at this moment. Because
Yep, yep.
sometimes, if you take those early clashes, but that is something in ranked matches which we see. But this is not a ranked match, right? This is a proper professional sector where 15 players are battling it out, and only few teams are going to make it to the land finals. But at this moment, Yasnaya, Polyana, though there are teams, but they have uh, created I think a partition in themselves and made I think petition that this area is yours, this is mine. You don't come in our area, we don't come in your area. We are fine. You guys loot,
Peace.
we leave for circle, and they have signed a peace treaty.
True, true, man. And that's indeed very important. But looking after the circle, like previously, also we saw like the teams who were competing up against each other in the area in the location of Yasiana, they didn't had much struggles. To be honest, Death Parade on the other hand, we expected this to turn into a bloodbath where teams was gonna fight up against each other. But the same treaty which we talked about, it seems to be the case for both of the teams from Death Parade and team Chupa Chups as well. On the other hand, we are looking after the side of Team Hawk, who are looking strong. All the four players are alive, still looking on, dedicating much and much of their time, much and much of their, utilities to make sure that they loot up and they get each and every, util when they would be needing a Molotov inside the hand for the Hawk players. On the other hand, no first aids yet for Autumn, but there comes Waits with 4 first aid. If we talk about the side of Team Death Parade, yes, they have a good loadout, and eventually when you start your loot off, it's important to get a balance between your armor, at least a level 2 much required, your loadout, at least one loadout, one assault rifle, or maybe an SMG would be a big breakthrough for you. Mini sometimes is definitely going to be something which really depends on your skills then how you take the 1v1 duel fight alongside your utility, your loadout. There comes a med kit as well alongside armor. These combination of 4 things is something which is going to be very essential for any player to make sure that he is able to survive till the very end, because in each and every moment we have seen players needing one of these 4 elements.
Hmm. I think 9-year-old Humble Dog has spotted a player. Yeah, he has spotted the God Squad. Yonk. It is Yonk My Loot. Yeah, it is Yonk My Loot. He didn't take a shot, but for sure he has passed on the information to his team that there is a player. And I seem to like those players who are always the scouter of their team. They are always on the risk, always on the edges of the seat, that something might happen to this player, and the team might not be at the right time to give him backup, and he is onto himself. And that is when these players shine, Afghan. And that is
Yeah.
when you get those unimaginable clutches, and those headshots, perfect, clear, precise headshot being connected onto your opponent. But now I think Painkill has support. Open players are running in open. They still don't know that players are watching them being watched, and they need to be very very careful. And this is the God Squad. They got a chicken in the last match, and they do not want to get eliminated early in this angle, which is the map number 3. Upcon.
Pankill with a car 98 alongside a 6x is really scoping in, scoping out to get a clear vision. But you might not want to run and open when it comes to fighting up near the compounds of Yasiana. Pankill still being a little sus, still having that inside. His inside is definitely staying, but that's a clean headshot. That was literally satisfying to see. But on top of that, Team 9 years old is definitely going to go in and get aggressive to get the first kill. That's not just a kill, that's a big point for you. But on the other hand, the rotations also is going to be made. The reinforcement are going to be there. That's the team who's at the #1 position, and you are challenging the best currently for today's semi-finale 1. How is the God Squad going to hold off to this position? They already down to a 3-4 situation, but now as the pressure is on from Team 9 years old, we'll have to see if they still have the one more player getting taken out, the 2 players left, but they managed to get away with the kill. Oh my god, the reload is going to be so indifferent. But even though the reload was there, Team 9 years old managed to save up that player. It all falls down to one single player in a 1v3 situation, and he uses up his util, but he also spots himself out. The flashback was kind of good, but now as the double kill comes in, can we expect him to clutch it out? Well, it seems to be no is the case, and the team who is at the #1 position is the first one to get eliminated of the third map.
Yeah, Upcon at this moment. you cannot say anybody is best, right? Because when you say that, some or the other way teams come out and outperform and show their class, right? And this is a proper example. You collect information, you pass on the information, you capitalize on it, you execute, and you get 4 points. That is how they secured those easy 4 points, right? It they made it look so simple, but does it happen that way? I don't think so. For us, it doesn't. For them, because they are grinding day and out to be at this level and showcase their talent, and they are the best. They are the finest of India, and that is why they are here, and they are again battling out to make it towards the top, and of course only top 8 teams will make it towards the land from today, and again a set of different 8 teams will make it towards, so only 16 teams will qualify. From these 15 teams, only 8 from the second set of teams, there will be again 8 set of players or 8 set of teams which will be again qualifying. So those 16 teams will only make their way towards the Bangalore land, so what are at stakes, and the land winners also have a prize. You know what that prize is up on, right?
Man, our audience really need to, if they don't know, follow us on our social, guys, because, at our socials, you're going to get each and every update. If you have missed a chance to make sure that you would also be the one who would come up, you can definitely get each and every information in the upcoming announcement, which will be up on our socials quite soon. So follow up us there, like as early as possible. But down the line, it's going to be the map of an angle, third map, and still now, only one thing is going to be eliminated. But oh no, his magazine runs out of bullet. Finally found, he almost had, that one bullet in his magazine, and that was kind of lucky enough to take down Ritesh. But team got found. This would have really went south quite well. The team who was at the number 1 position was being eliminated. This gives up a lot of advantage, a lot of opportunities for all of the other teams out there who want to regain that number 1 position, because now the first team is already out. You have the second team, third team contending for the first position, and because they are out with only 1 point, I saw maybe just one of the players who's killed was going to be confirmed. So that really gives up some big opportunities. That in case in this map, team Uncrowned Kings once again manages to come at the top 4, top 3 position, they would add a lot of value to the overall scorecard for them. But Team Death Parade, for the first time we are seeing a team going all the way towards the side of apartments at this time, and apartments, like, it's a place of patience, I believe.
Yeah, no, of course, Upcon. For the time being, I think finally found they are finding some pace and finding some momentum, which is good, because at this moment you still have 3 matches, right? And this match is yet to be finished, and you can still get some good amount of points. And 3 matches would be enough if you convert them, or if you plan them properly, and if you execute your plans or your strategies, which you have already discussed with your team for Erangel, for Miramar, because still one more Miramar to be played, and one more Erangel, which will of course be our last map of the day for this Integrated League 2022 for PUBG PC. This is the semi-finale 1. 15 set of teams are playing today, and different 15 set of teams will be playing the matches on tomorrow. Make sure, guys, you are following us on our socials, because tomorrow when we come live on Facebook and on YouTube, you guys should know. And that is why we are telling you to follow us, so that you guys do not miss out on any kind of an action.
And also, do not forget to check out the Acer Predator, the Helios 300, which is now up. We have the 12th gen of i9, the best when it comes to the processor. Also, RTX 3080. So you know what numbers are you talking when it comes to the FPS. And if you're willing to be, one of the players to play such games, that's the perfect go for you. In case you are looking for one of the laptops, do check out. Links are, the links are in the descriptions below. Team GP, on the other hand, General Pandas are shouting down the players of Team Hawk, but Team Hawk are the one who really love to play around these squad house, and we have seen them earlier as well. But unlucky to them, if they don't have the circle to their advantage, they sometimes really are forced out. Sanjay Singh, on the other hand, with the SLR, he is just calculating those shots. He's just trying to make sure that he gets a single connection. But SLR are such where although the kick you get after shooting just one single bullet is a lot, the recovery takes minute amount of 0.8 seconds, and then once you get the recovery, you have to place another shot after just adjusting your scope. So when we talk about SLR, what I basically means is it's a very effective gun, yet a lot of teams actually considering it to be a part of the game as well.
Yeah, of course. I think at this moment, team finally found they're looking confident. It's on the confidence and the momentum. And I always just tell this to everyone in whatever battle royale games you guys are playing. If you have momentum up on, it seems like the shots which you are connecting, it becomes more accurate. You suddenly start hitting those headshots which is required. Look at Big Bird. He saw the player, he peeked out, he did some damage, and again he went back to his position. But they need to be very very careful, because this is the place where things become hefty. This is a make or break situation. This is an icebreaker. This is the map where everything gets decided, because this is the third map. After this, there are new maps to be played, but look at you two good. Finally found players. Mini 14 is the weaponry you should have. I think, be it Miramar, be it Erangel, I think these guys have used it to its fullest, I think.
And having an extended mag with 30 bullets, that's unstoppable play, isn't it? But the play zone now shrinks in towards the side of shelter. You can expect the under shelter areas to go inside the end zone, and when that's going to be the case, it's going to mean that we might even go on to the heal battle. For now, all the three opening tunnels of shelter are opened out, and you can see each and every player as well just surrounding it. Well, if we talk about the team, it's Team Enigma who started their journey off the Milta region, and now they are up at the shelter side. No team towards present, because you do not want to be in that lower, lower position, being surrounded with three mountains, and that being that plateau region where you cannot really get an advantage or use the FPP position to your advantage. That's something that's going to be something which you would definitely want to avoid. But Team Hog, somehow they are just maintaining their position. They are not really willing to give up on their Dacia yet, rotating it towards the end circles. And as we know, circle is going to shrink in within 5 seconds. 5 seconds now, and the circle is going to shrink in. We are already seeing Team Navi, who haven't quite looking, haven't quite looked that strong. 5 and 11 as well, on the other hand, are now inside the crosshairs of Team Enigma Gaming. But are we seeing Team Enigma Gaming at a big advantage? Because till now, although we saw them consistently performing with getting 6 number of kills, but getting eliminated at the 8 to 12 position at the same time. But this time they have a
Oh,
good zone.
yeah, 5-9-1 have a good position, but still, they have lost to Rupesh, and only 3 players alive for them. Enigma Gaming, these guys have a lot of potential. We have seen Salman, we have seen those individual performances, but look at Painkill. He is again. This is the trigger discipline these players have. I don't know how these players. Wait now, this is the point where you fire, where you get the knock, and this is where you secure the player as well. Enigma's players getting punished again. They need to be well prepared. They need to know the situation. They cannot afford these kind of mistakes. And I think 9-year-old players, Paint especially, look at them now. They know this place is up for grabs. Numbers disadvantage, and Enigma's players are getting pushed right now. They need to clear this place out. Otherwise, they have to put a fight. They need to counter-attack. Otherwise, I think Enigma's players are in a big danger.
True, man, but Team Enigma still they have the circle, might not have the numbers advantage, but I'm quite impressed by the way Pankill came up with that kill. Just a trigger patient being rewarded to you, but that was indeed punishable. Mr. Hardwell, he hasn't looked that strong, hasn't looked that powerful. This time on his loadout, it's a 7.62 weapons. 120 minutes alongside 2 but the nade is
Oh
going
my
to do the job,
god!
and yes, it does. That's going to be a team elimination for the start of Death Parade. But what a beauty nade coming in from the start of Beast Official and Death Parade. They managed to stay alive. That's something which really takes a lot of guts to do in that 1v2 situation.
Yeah, Afghan, I think those shots, those few shots, which was of course risky, standing in open when the player, two of your opponents is standing right in front of you, and you're cooking a grenade. If you miss the timing, you are dead, my friend. But he managed to pull it off, and which was great. If he wouldn't have pulled it out, Afghan, it would have turned out to be ugly. But at this moment, Huck Filter, he is, I think, filtering out. Bahar sahi hai. I think he's trying to say in Hindi, we say na कि बाहर ही सही है, आप अंदर मत रहिए. I think that kind of a situation at this moment they're trying to. They're justifying their name. They have 2 kills at this moment, but 5-9-1-1. Rupesh got eliminated though, but still they are fighting it out. This is what it is. Welcome to Minas. 80. That's okay. He's healing himself. He has 4 smokes. He needs to smoke up. Otherwise, I think his position is compromised, Afcon. And now his vehicle is going to be the place. And this is what I was talking about in the first map only, Afcon, right? The vehicle tires need to work out. Otherwise, you are going to be hit from those tricky angles, which these players can always use to their advantage. But from last map, their momentum has been immense and impeccable. I think this time they're again choosing the correct time. You saw Gurem, right? Almost pulled off. I think almost created a problem for the players of Team GodSquad. At this moment, Team Enigma Gaming player Salman SP once again is firing all cylinders.
Man, what a end circle it's gonna be. Just imagine, Oro, you being in the 4th phase. 40 players totally alive, each and everyone fighting for one title, which is gonna be the winner chicken. And this is how the shelter map currently looks like, where Team NM is just going to come up. 5-11 is totally given his other fight, but Team Enigma, they need to get over it, and they do get over it. They get away with 5-9-11, but on the other hand, the problem is still on for them, as Team NM4 is going to come in. Let's see, is Team NM4 having a good read towards the kill feed, because this was a golden opportunity for them to come up with the third party. On the other hand, we are looking after the start of Team Chupa Chups, who are just holding amazing like a sniper tower region. But there we go, Fear, thumbs up, getting a good thumbs up. Was good enough for another one, but the trade is essential, and somehow Team Welcome to Bandos comes up on top, and they eliminate the entire line of Chupa. That's going to be unfortunate. Team Navi M4, another team who is going to be just taken down with the ENIGMA Gaming. Oh my god, they are going to be struggling out of the zone. Lizard needs to make his inside. Cypher is going to be the one who is totally away from the teammate. But whoa, somehow Sanjay Singh's goes inside the zone with his Darcy, and this time vehicles are going to be a biggest advantage to each and every player out there, to make sure that they give a clockwise rotation also towards another side. We did talk about teams not favoring the side of prison, but that's where the zone is heading towards.
That was the end. I think Team Enigma Gaming also got eliminated. Outside the circle, see, look at Hoi House. He also is struggling, and Team Enigma's players, this is what happens. In life, you need to give something priority, right? If you don't prioritize the circle won't prioritize you, and end of it, you'll get eliminated. You'll end up getting messed up, and that is what happening. That is what is happening with Team Enigma Gaming of lately. They are starting very good. They are always that team who is, that flashy kind of guy, who's flashy kind of player who always, when he comes into bat, he always is ready to hit those sixes, those fours. But still, if you are not ending up on a winning note, your team will always end up in a big problematic situation. Okay, if you hit 6 sixes and 6 balls, but if your team is not winning, that is those shots go in vain, right? And always look at the bigger picture. Uncrowned Kings once again. These guys don't stop. Upcon once again, top 8 looks good. They have entered the top 8 position. They are being consistent, which I was talking about. Welcome to Minas. Their position is spotted. Look at bahr sahiyee flip J. They're marking those windows. Team once again is looking good, but finally found Bravo. That AK spray Upcon. This is what they do, and this is why these guys are so good. While you give them some chances or some kind of a PB, they will always punish you.
Uncrowned King on the other hand, they finally, the trade finally came up, and finally found and Flip J. The damage is massive to Welcome to Minas, but Izzy hasn't much time. The nade might do the job, but before that, Blazy Wow comes in and takes down AD. Now we are down to only 2 players for the start of Team Welcome to Minas. So Welcome to Minas, 2 players really need to make sure that they at least come up at the top 5 position. Eliminating at this point won't really give you up much of the placement point, but still, with 3 players advantage, Team TDS, which is going to be, bahr sahiyee, is looking very strong. HAVK Kill God comes up with a M24 shot, and this time it's going to be Cypher's, like helmet, which is going to be just taken down. Vedu gets instantly traded off with the mini from the side of Humble Dog. 9 years old, looking very strong, and 9 years old coming up once again when the team needs him to step up. Pankill is going to be the one who will be delivering it, but at the same time, the biggest problem and the biggest barrier for the side of team 9 years old is definitely going to be the side of team Bahr because they are at a good advantageous position. It was mentioned from the side of Aura as well, but what a shot coming in from the mouth. With that, there was also, few damage being dealt from the side of FlipJ, and FlipJ gets the kill. Team TBS is really looking to go on and gather all the players still, but Team Welcome to Minas, it all falls down to the single player. He needs to come in, just put it down, and he gets eliminated. The nade gave a huge chunk of damage, but Team Bahr they came up on top with 5 total kills, and now only 5 teams are remaining with 12 players alive.
Yeah, Connor, at this moment, Uncrowned Kings once again, they again managed to creep on to top 5. Look at these guys, they don't need to win now. They just need to be in this positioning, in this spot. And Pro J, he has spotted players, but now his position is compromised. This is what happens. Too much overcommitment is not at all good. It's never fruitful for you. Salman SP, he has no other option than hiding himself. He is proning out. He has a barrel, but he seems to secure some more position points for his team. He'll more like be a spectator right now at this moment, Upcon. But the circle is not favoring him. He needs to get inside the circle, and team Navi M4 is watching that side maybe, because if he starts running in the open or maybe uses his vehicle, of course he will end up getting spotted and might get eliminated. And the circle will start closing out in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Players need to be very careful. Look at Legend. He's slowly crouching. Those players are running away. Yes, they take them down. He takes one player down. He takes two. Navi M4 eliminates 9-year-olds. My goodness. That was something. And of course, I think 9-year-old players will be reminiscing what just happened with them. They were not prepared, and that is what happens. If you are caught off guard, you are off guard, my friend. And you have to face the consequences at this moment. Uncrowned Kings, look at CX King, he has spotted Salman SP. He misses his shot. Once again, Pro G and King. These guys are taking a lot of risk, but M4, Navi M4, these guys are hitting their shots. This is what they needed. 9 kills and a winner, chicken dinner, but will they get it? That's the question.
That's a big question. As I told, that the biggest barrier for them is indeed going to be the side of Team TBS, which is Bahr. Spots on one of the players. I love to see, Team Uncrowned Kings still being consistent enough to get at the top 10 position. But how many kills are we talking? We're talking about 5 kills. Meanwhile, Navi M4, man, they are not ready to stop. But this is the time where it's going to be a big breakthrough for them as Team Uncrowned Kings. They come up, they eliminate one of the players. Just one more player surviving. Team Navi M4. This is not the way they would just want to fall apart. With these many dominations, finally Team Navi M4 gets eliminated at the 3rd position, leaving us down to a 2v2 situation between Team Bahr versus Team Uncrowned King. Let me remind you folks that Team Uncrowned Kings are the one who came up at the #1 position. No, you should have just slightly added some more verticality to that shot so that you could have at least got a body. Another body shot being landed. That should have been a knock. Oh no, he still misses his chance. There's a leg visible. There's a big wide leg visible.
No,
he's gonna just give up on his
oh
chance.
My God!
Kings, they get one chance. They ain't missing their shots.
My goodness, you cannot miss your shots at this level. At least FlipJ is eliminated. It's up to relax now. 1 versus 2 situation. It's King and Pro J for Uncrowned Kings. One more match, and they will convert another chicken dinner for Uncrowned Kings. But they know how to cross this, how to beat this. They are, pushing, and I think Pro J is waiting, and one guy is trying to, bait him out, maybe Upcon. But yeah, they're coming and open. But Relax needs to connect his shots. He is still not connecting those important shots. And if he keeps this, okay, he finally connects a shot to Pro J. He gives 45 damage, but he's taking a lot of risk. And yes, this is what was expected.
Wow.
You get taken down. Uncrowned Kings gets another winner chicken dinner. This is the 2nd of the day. And Upcon, I feel they seem very, very solid, and they are solid. They are solidifying. They're just doing. You know what they're doing? Just solidifying their position, and they are. It seems for me they have. They are one step closer towards the Bangalore land.
Yeah, man, they definitely are. Like both the winner chicken had a one thing in common, that it was a Wrangle Oro. Plus, they had 10 total kills. Like not just double digits in the placement point, but also double digits in the kill point. So indeed, what a brilliant matchup it was. We really enjoyed the entire gameplay, starting things off from the plane part till the zone shrinking all the way in towards the shelter region. Yes, it was kind of heartbreaking seeing 9 years old getting eliminated, but it was indeed a very entertaining map as Navi M4. Their performance really deserves a big, like appreciation and also some love and support as well from you guys. But we'll talk about it more. You guys just stay around as we'll be taking a quick short break, seeing you guys on the other side.
go to the bar and I shut it down. Get on my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty, you 10 in a rubber band. Come on for the 100 pound. All of the talk, but don't run them out. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know, when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving.
We guys are back after a short little break. You guys are watching the Acer Predator League 2022 for PUBG PC. My name is Or. With me is Upcon, and we have finished up 3 matches of semi-finale 1, and 2 matches are left. Upcon, no, if I would have said in the beginning, Upcon, that would you believe that in a semi-finale kind of scenario, one team will get 2 chicken dinners in the first half? Would you have believed it?
I think like in the first half maybe not, but yeah, in the entire day maybe yes, because teams
Yeah,
once they get tend to get the winner chicken dinner,
in the
they know
groove.
that they got the
Yeah.
momentum. So let's see like what the scorecard even looks like, because you talked about a team getting back to back two winner chicken dinners. Indeed, is an importance that you give not just towards your ranking point but also your kill point. The balance is very important, and that's what Team Uncrowned Kings are great at. A total number of 20 points, as we can see right on a scorecard after the map number 3. Navi M4 coming up with total of 9 kills. Even though they get eliminated at the third position, which was kind of unfortunate, they come up at the top 2 with 14 points. Then we have the side of bahr, which is going to be up with 11. 9 years old, they had a tremendous performance, but Navi M4 did indeed came up at the very wrong time at the wrong spot, and was indeed a very wrong position for team 9 years old. With only 10 points, they would be able to continue. But we talk about the numbers a lot. Team Enigma, the most consistent team indeed. Okay, 3 maps, and in each and every 3 map they come up with 7 points.
I think they have a lucky number, which is 7. Maybe Upcon, maybe.
Yeah, yeah,
Just kind of a wild guess. But
yeah.
Uncrowned Kings, these guys on a roll. They were like, of course, for getting the first position, you guys are not going to get any kind of extra brownie points for the land. But of course, you guys are doing a great job. You guys are
True.
showcasing that if you challenge us, what you guys can expect. And I think the next map is going to be, I think, the last Myanmar for today, and the second
Yeah.
Myanmar, technically speaking. But the overall scoreboard, what it is
True.
saying Enigma Gaming is safe, but welcome to Minas can put them into danger at any moment. But 9 years old, look at the difference, Upcon. From starting from Navi till welcome to Minas, anything can happen. But I don't know what is wrong with Team 5911. Finally found gentle Pandas. see Upcon, these guys can still do it. These guys have gotten it themselves. I saw what Finally Found did in the last map, right? They were looking confident. They were getting those kills, and I think that was a good push from Final Found side last map. I think the 6 points which they have secured, it is the 6 points which they secured in the last map only, Upcon.
And I think here's where I would like to say, the benchmark which is currently being set, looking after the numbers, is that if you have 35 point or above, you are qualified. Now, the team which is going to be the God Squad Arm team, Uncrowned Kings, they have 35 points and above. It's just a matter of time that they really need to make sure that they are able to, just get the placement point. They're just able to maintain it, because now it's not just about qualification, but it's like a trial run for you, that you have qualified. Now you have to prepare yourself for the big stages, and when you're getting an opportunity to compete with such top teams in a region, you definitely need to make sure that what it takes to be at top, and you definitely have to showcase it in the rest of the two maps. Moving on to the next map, yes, it is going to be the amazing map of Miramar. For one last time, we'll be seeing the map, but let's hope the team welcome to Minas, who are just 1 point down, manages to get away with some amazing game right here, because we have seen them perform quite well when it comes towards a map of Miramar. But at the same time, Erangel have not been there quite amazing map, and out of the entire 5 map pool, 3
Hmm.
been dedicated towards entirely Erangel and only 2 for
Wrangle.
Miramar. When your first Miramar has been so valuable, you definitely need to make sure that another Miramar should also be
Hmm.
something which really goes well, so that you have enough
Yeah.
number of points. And as I mentioned, with 35 points in this map itself, if 16 points has been gathered, which is not that doable, we know the placement point. Even after winning, you get 10, and then after you come at the second position, you get maybe what, 8 or 6. So that's what pushes teams to go more lean towards the sort of kill point rather than just surviving it.
Yeah, Upcon, you covered all points, but that being said, still there's a lot to be done from these teams. There's, 2 maps to be played. You have one Miramar, one Erangel. Now they have to get a certain amount of point for team Welcome to Minas. They know there's a 1 point difference between them and the team above them, and maybe the team above them also, because two teams are sitting at 20 points at the time being. But let's see what happens in Minamar. Again, once again, we'll see those long range actions, those bolt actions coming in, those mini 14 being used to the advantage, and mini 14 has been the go-to weapon in this lobby. All of the teams, and that is the case for PUBG PC, maybe because mini DMRs are always advantageous for you, because one headshot can be damaging. You saw what Painkill did there, right? He was patient, but
Yeah.
let's see. Let's go towards the match number 4, plane path coming your way. Trajectory, let's see where is it starting from and where is it ending towards, because these teams have a proper drop spot, and of course they would like to capitalize that, especially to the teams who are still hanging in there.
True, man. And well, let's see. Well, where is Team WTM, which is going to be welcome to Minas, going? Is it going to go all the way towards Minas del Well, it seems to be quite a contended, place. To be honest, looking after the plane part, none of the teams have made their mind to go towards the western side. Only one team who is going all the way towards the side of La Cabria. Hacienda is one of indeed, the favorite places. But in case you get any kind of drop clash, it's going to be kind of punishable. And what am I seeing? Chupa Chups, they are being contested with not just one, not just two, but 3 teams. Why is all the
Oh
4 teams
my
heading all the
god.
way towards the side of Picado? Picado, are you going to be a bloodbath or no? Cause 3 teams, minimum of 3 teams are contending directly inside Picado, while 2 are going to be waiting for them to just get a third party after they get them loot in the outskirts.
Capcom, this is what I didn't at all expect, but it is happening. And this is happening where it is happening in Acer Premier League 2022. These people needs to be very, very careful. For the time being, I think Chupa Chups players have got a vehicle and they would like to go towards a proper position. But look at the circle. This is what Miramar does, Afcon. They always put you under pressure, and this is what the circle is saying at this moment. Picardo, let's see what Picardo has to offer for us, because Death Parades, they want to parade, they want to march, but will they be allowed? That is going to be a questionable point, Afcon. I think that Parade Beast official has got a car 98, but I would like to convert it and you know because Death Official still has it in them, and they have been doing it in the uh, three matches Afcon. So they need to secure some kind of points so that they can qualify and qualify with flying colors.
True. Yeah, man, and I think still two maps remaining. There's a lot and lot of chance if we come on consistent. But as I mentioned, the benchmark is gonna be nearless, towards the 35 points. So gathering 35 points, you know that you're talking about having a good map, not just once but twice in two different map. With this lobby given, with most of the hungry teams out there who haven't yet got the first winner chicken dinner, I'm very sure like Team Enigma Gaming, we have the side of Team Finally Found. They would really be wanting to get that one, like piece that what does that winner chicken dinner feels like, especially when you are in the semifinals. You have fought your way all the way up till here, and this is where it matters the most. As we told in the start of the day, it's the D-Day. Towards Casino, you are going to see Beast officials lined up with two players. Will he be able to find one is a big question, but down the line there's also three players there towards the app side. No one inside the arena. It's a 1v3 for Beast official. Meanwhile, it's another 1v3 for the solo player of Team M911, which is going to be the side of Dante Man. Yeah, it's going to be Dante Man. Sorry, folks, if I just pronounce him wrong, but 47, it could be a big breakthrough for him. The shotgun is going to come to rescue, and man, the shotgun, what a way to use the S1887 at the very needed time. Unfortunate for Team Jet, Parade, that they get a casualty, but now still we have some players surviving. But 5-9-11, they're looking quite strong, having a balance of an AR alongside a shotgun.
You know what happens when a shotgun is fired at your face? You blow up your opponent's face, and that is what he did. Even though it was not a headshot, it was a body shot, but shotguns always works in close reactions. And again, I think it was supposed to be. I can still hear the shotgun being fired, but look at Janglu. He's taking some shots, but Janglu gets taken out. It is only Nati who is surviving for 5-9-1-1. It's like 5-9-1-1. Hope they're still alive. Desperate are being cleared out, and they are being eliminated. Upcon 15th position. 0 for them. 0 for their fans, because hard Upcon. It's hard out there. You need to be prepared always, because this was not at all expected that this would happen early in the game, but it happened. And Team Chupa Chups, at this moment, they are literally struggling to drive that vehicle to that. Of course, if you do off-roading off-road driving, you will find these kind of movement always.
I mean, yeah, man, welcome to Miramar. That's the vertical differences, which is kind of so difficult. And also, to top things off, if you didn't have the vehicle, it was more difficult for you to just walk around and seeing. Now imagine, General Pandas not just expecting his opponent to go on from these vehicles. Rather, if you would have won on foot, things would have been more difficult. And the biggest, drawback would have definitely been the consumption of your time. But Team finally found, this could be a big mistake. The player is looking quite, observing outside the vehicle at this point. The spray was massive, man. The spray was massive with the level 12 to rescue. Looks for more who is going to be Sanjay Singh. Previous map, he is the guy who came all the way at the top 6 position. Was a solo player surviving, but his solo stealth gameplay is really quite kind of impressive. We have seen it in the earlier times as well. But Team finally found they are still willing to come up with this fight. And this is what I love about the teams. Like your previous 3 maps, it's not going towards the game. Definitely be the one who have to realize that how much kill point importance is it gonna be. Still kind of struggling a bit, but finally got that first knock. We gotta confirm it. Maybe not want to give a long time, because the knock play also gives a lot of intel to the opponent players in terms of them being positioning, or if there is a reinforcement. But there we go. In start itself we see one team getting eliminated, and some of the players as well turning out to a out of Team GP.
Yeah, I think that's not a good. Apratim P, he was watching that player. Sanjay Singh got eliminated. This time the intel didn't work out with advantage, but Hawk and Team KF are passing by. They are like playing GTA on this map, maybe Hopcon, but it's not a game of GTA. It's PUBG PC, guys. You have to fight it out. If you have to win, if you want to qualify, you have to take down your opponents. Apratim B, that shot, that SLR shot was crisp, and I think I said Upcon finally found guys looked good in the map of Erangel, the second Erangel for today, and it was satisfying because as a sniper or as a player, what you want? You want a headshot being connected and player getting knocked instantly, and you going and securing the finish and getting 1 point and adding value to your scoreboard. But at this moment, the squad players last match got eliminated very early. 5911 players are not giving any kind of safety. It's not good. It's not good. You cannot turn your vehicle like this, my friend. Kharku punished young Mylord, and he was to be punished. If he couldn't have taken that player down, I would have left my seat and gone anywhere else. Up gone.
I mean, so would have his teammate as well. But on the other hand,
Yeah,
5,
exactly.
9, 11, 3 players, and you see, those 3 players are the one who are bringing up so much value. One of the player was taken down when they had a drop clash. That was just the price which you got to pay. But 5 kills for these 3 players, they indeed are looking strong. The God Squad in first 2 matches, they were incredible. That one map with the God Squad, they came up to win the winner chicken dinner, and they had 4 players alive. But in the start of the lobby itself, they lose out some of the players. If you talk about the start of the squad, they are surviving with 3 players only, using the vehicle to the advantage. Oh, we see a golden Mirado. Wait, that's not the golden Mirado which I know, because golden Mirado you only get in Haciendas, not Picado. On the other hand, we are talking about the start of Gentle Pandas. Only 2 player for them. Indeed, it's going to be kind of difficult. Buggy, the bullet damage does not really penetrates towards the driver, but yeah, the one sitting behind the driver really gets a lot of chunk of the damage. General Panda still not much with numbers advantage, but Team Enigma seems to be a bit lost today. Mr. Hardwell, who we really know him for his domination, for his consistency, and bringing out his team out of each and every impossible way. It really, it seems as if Team Enigma are kind of struggling in this lobby. They have not yet found themselves, but once they will do, they are someone who are just unstoppable. And in 2 maps remaining, they are definitely at the edges of the knife, and they want to come inside the boundary, because just behind them with 1 point, there's another team. But wait, that should be an headshot. That should be an headshot. Oh, that's a body shot indeed. But yeah, that's the story of SLR.
Yeah, I think bullet drops are always very difficult to handle and understand as well. These players who are grinding day and night, if they can't do it like this, I think if they can't connect these kind of shots, then we are far more, I think, away from connecting a headshot like that, because in that kind of a range, which was almost, I don't know, 350 meters, 400 meters at least, Upcon, you have to perfection your shot so that you can connect a headshot. And of course, sometimes there are ridges which always gives you a render that the player is there, but still the shots don't connect because there might be a ridge glitch which happens, right? And shots doesn't go through that area, and that is what happened, and only a body shot was connected. So yeah, but still a damage is a damage. You obviously made your opponent use a painkiller. Okay, that was a good shot. That was cheeky. That was, I think, very fast as well. Good reflex from CypherX. Navi M4, this
Yeah.
team also did good in the last match, but Minamar always is this slow, and I think players always in Miramar checks your opponent's patience, and they try to get in their heads, and then you'll never see a team directly taking vehicles and pushing into someone's compound and taking that spot. That is really that rarely happens in Miramar, and even in Angle as well. But still, somehow Angle gives you that 10% chance that people might come. But in Miramar, you as a team feel that okay, we are taking this mid-range fight, and mid-range fights are the way to move forward in Myanmar.
Yup, Team KILLFEED, the team who is really kind of struggling at the 4th, 15th position, is for us surviving, positioning themselves near towards the church area. Team, welcome to Minas. You know how strong you are at this map, at this ground of Miramar. This is one last map of Miramar, and after this, no more Miramar. It's just going to be the last map of Erangel. And we were talking about is it a myth or is it not in the previous map, but it seems to be once again we have a lower shift where teams have to dealt with the rotation. And although the team who are near towards the start of Los Leones are yet again going to not face much of the issue because the zone is actually all the way towards down, and the western Los Leones position is at a very good hold. Team Navi M4, the previous game, which the performance which you got to see from them, it was at another level. They were playing unthinkably well, and only two players. You cannot expect just two players to deliver at the point where team needs is the most. While you're competing against the
Mhm.
best teams of India. Team Enigma Gaming, on the other hand, have spotted down the side of Team Hawk. The Hawk, the player who is going to be the side of I believe it is going to be Hades, who came up hiding in those bushes and coming all the way at the hashtag 2 position. Yet the hashtag 2 position, this time is only going to offer you 6 points. So you would want to lean on towards the kill points because imagine, although coming at the third
Mhm.
position out of battling out and getting only 4 points, meanwhile getting eliminated early but by a squad elimination, like you have 4 kills and then you got eliminated. That's kind of equivalent to coming at the top 3 position. So this is why the point system is something which is going to be a very key element for teams to realize that the kill points definitely matters the most. But when it comes to such competitive lobby, it's not that easy as it sounds, like getting 4 kills out of nowhere.
It is of course not, and the way sometimes these players makes it, look, it seems like it's very easy, like a piece of cake, but it's not actually.
Yeah.
Baba at this moment, tries to connect some shots, but it didn't. And a circle again moving towards the eastern southern side and giving team. I feel it's the God Squad an advantage. It seems like they have the center, and last time they had the center of the circle, and that was Miramar only. They converted into a chicken dinner Afcon. You know the equation.
Oh.
What happens when the God Squad gets center positioning in the circle? They always convert it. Now Enigma Gaming comes into play, but Enigma Gaming, this team has some kind of love towards that number 7, but of course they cannot afford that number 7 at this moment. They want to win. They want to come first, so they need to get more than 7 points, and they can do it by securing some kills and getting position higher. But now I think Uncrowned Kings, Proji gets eliminated. Maybe his teammates cannot cover him, but I think Shad Bhai is trying because Painkill, he is throwing grenades at them, and not a good spot at this moment. Guardian, 9-year-old guys are marking them. There is another team, but at this moment, the team, I think this is Godspot, they have been pushed at. Okay, Afcon, I take my words back. You don't see players pushing. I see players pushing. I take my words back.
I mean, that's just gonna be one of the stuff right there for the start of team 9 years old. But indeed, 2 players down. Got to make sure that you get up with the numbers advantage because you are competing up against a team who has no fear. Like after getting to winner chicken dinner, how does the team eventually look like? Do they play this game like another day or another match at your casual or maybe your ranked games? Maybe the same for the side of team or Uncrowned Kings, definitely, who have really came up very strong, and that too at a map like Erangel. Now this is Miramar where they came at the 4th spot. Ban kill, that was a much needed knock. This knock is definitely going to give up so much room for them,
Oh,
so much space to make sure that they could really get aggressive, pressurize the start of team Uncrowned Kings, and Uncrowned Kings were already down to 2 players. This is now an equal ground. It's a 2v2 situation, but the players are not looking that healthy when it comes to their HPs. The HP is definitely looking kind of low. Really rotating off with a Mirado. He needs that for the cover. But that's what team 9 years old are also going to choose to fall back and to make sure that they give themselves another chance to get towards an advantageous position, maybe to use their firepower to the best. 48 players are still surviving after 16 minutes, and only 10 minutes down the line, still the map is going to get over. So we are really in it for a big ride this time in the map of Miramar Oro.
yeah, exactly. And at this moment, they will get eliminated. Actually, the player gets eliminated. Pro G, it's difficult. If you get knocked out in the middle of the road and you're surrounded by a lot of players, you cannot get revived. It's very hard. It's very hard for your teams and teammates as well. And I think sometimes you have to play a sacrificial role so that your teams rotate buys to a safer spot. But at this moment, I think Uncrowned Kings will have to move on and take this match forward with 3 players, but still they are dangerous. Last time they got a chicken dinner up on, it was only 2 players, and they delivered it. And these guys know how to, you know, pull or convert those matches, and that is what is needed from these players at this moment. You need to convert your matches. If you have the circle, convert it into a big match. If you are not converting when you have the circle, the time when the circle will not be your friend, you will be in more danger, and that is when teams suddenly, you know, from qualifying to the semi-finale phase, starts thinking, oh, we cannot qualify, and that is when pressure starts building on you, and you end up losing. This is not to be done. You need to think other way. You need to think of solution. Problems will always be there, but you know, you need to be the smart guy in the room always, and I think Team Enigma players are trying to do that. They are fighting. They're trying to fight hard, and we know what these Enigma guys say. It's fear the Enigma at this moment. We need some fearful or some fiery action from Salman, from Hardwell, from these players. But at this moment, 5-9-1-1, 6 kills have gone, but still 14 teams are alive. If they get eliminated here, it will only be 6 points adding to their board, and which will not be enough. But Blazy Wow was peeking, but he didn't knew where the shots got connected from.
18 minutes done. 42 players alive. Lost Leonis is outside of the mark, but him 9 years old. They too get eliminated at the early possible passing, but oh no, 5-9-11. This could have been a very disadvantageous position, but 4 Bandos. They too get taken down. It's the 13th position, a position where you get no more placement point, but Hawk is looking very strong. This is the map where Team Hawk really needs to make sure that they play a game of their life. They make a play to make all the way up towards the Bangalore, you know, towards the land. Definitely, they have to come at the top 8 position, and at the 8th position, it's none other than Enigma. And as Oro, you know, mentioned, like well said by him as well, you gotta fear the Enigma, but the way they have been performing, they seem to be a, you know, someone who is kind of respecting the opponent player, kind of giving them respect,
no,
and not
again.
really overcommitting much of the places. KILLFEED had the golden opportunity, but lucky for Team Enigma that they did not got a casualty yet. Still, they are surviving with 4 players, and I see what they are doing. You know, all of just playing for the zone is something which is definitely going to be of a big advantage. I love to see how players are, you know, just jiggling around to make sure that they avoid these one-tap shots from the start. You know, the DMR, but
Oh,
finally
no.
found. Oh no, the
Molotov.
Molotov is gonna do so much damage, and is it going to be any chance for Reaper to survive? The connection is still not yet there, to be honest, but B gets taken down, and that's unfortunate. But Pandas are really looking quite powerful at this point. Finally, the players are going to eliminate them, but do they have enough point of revival? Because the revival is something which is kind of important. 3 kills for finally found. Smoke's going to be deployed, and Pandas are going to get eliminated as well at the same time.
No, upon I think at this level you cannot be stable in open areas. You need to keep pressing your keys on your keyboard so that you can at least keep moving when you are in open. Still, if you have a proper stone cover or a proper cover, also you still have to keep moving, because whenever you stop, you know, you give your opponent a clear vision. He had KILLFEED had a small pixel, but this is the bullet drop you face in PUBG PC. This is very difficult, but still he connects a headshot maybe. Yeah, running headshot connected from KILLFEED. That was good, that was something else. This is what we were waiting for. Some bolt action, running headshot action, and KILLFEED provided us, and I think Arpan will now take this player down. He has nowhere to go. This is what now you can't do. You are punching. Punch hard, my friend. You need to survive. He survives for a second, I think. But I think Arpan, that one shot he missed, that was the point where I think the player from GodSquad, now Arpan is in the big dangerous spot. He is crossing the road in an open area. KILLFEED takes one more player, that's Flip J, I think. KILLFEED in this car 98, he is hitting his shots.
Indeed, a very interesting situation. Team Hawk managing to get 4 kills, but that's a big damage. Wiz is going to reconsider himself and he's peeking to the opponent, but the nade! Oh my god, the nade is going to give so much value to Team Finally Found. He gets a confirmation, he gets another knock. Pressure is going to be on, but Hawk somehow third parties. Team TheGodSquad is going to be down as unforgiving is going to be the one who will be eliminated. Finally Found out of that trunk under the car. He gets, he manages to get a frag, But look at his HP. He doesn't have much HP to work with. Killua, he took a lot of time, but there he goes. Deals a lot of damage. Team Hawk is looking very powerful, and they are ready to fight all around the skies of the lower ground and mostly on this area. It's just a single hit to do the job, but pushes around to a mini. Oh, the headshot could really do the job, and the headshot does, but the retaliation fire comes in, and Hog, oh my god, how does he survive this? Team Enigma still down to 0 kills, but is looking to play for the last zone, and the end zone is definitely going to be favoring Team Enigma, as the next zone is going to shrink in. Within 15 seconds, we'll get to see what the next circle looks like.
Yeah, but I think it seems like Team Enigma players are finally being patient. And maybe patience is the key to success. Who knows? But Killua God again. He has three players. He can take his gun out and spray them down. But Killua God, who needs the gun? But it is HAVK face you, who takes the mini 14 and takes those players down. Killua God, I think he was of course taking in those shots, and he was chip damaging the players, but it was his teammate who cleaned them up. 5 kills for Killua God. Enigma Gaming players finally they now are looking to push in. They're clearing out the areas which needs to be cleared so that they can have a proper ridge advantage, proper high ground advantage. But okay, Killua God. Oh, that was a dummy. Being safe, but he knows he spots one more player. Can he connect one more shot? Let's wait and watch. 9 kills for HAVK. You can see the pressure. You can see 7 teams and 20 players alive in this match. This is the second last map of this semi-finale. Acer Predator League 2022. Only 8 teams move on to the next phase, which is going to be a LAN event, which is going to be the finals, the India region finals. Teams will play in a LAN. Nobody wants to miss out a LAN opportunity.
Man, definitely nobody wants, but at the same time, Team Uncrowned Kings, we do see them performing like at a 100% win ratio when it comes to Erangel. Miramar, so far, they have survived all the way towards the top 7, but now they are surrounded by the smokes on the opponent player. On the other hand, Hawk is also kind of alive, but just beneath Hawk, there's another player right there. We'd love to see what KILLFEED is up to at this point. KILLFEED have been the one who are struggling in the bottom 5 position, but now 3 players are still surviving. 5 minutes 9-11. This was that one solo player whom I was talking about, that one single player who could really turn out a big disadvantage. Just to confirm the kill, he gets eliminated. He has to pay the, pay the price for that overcommitment. But 10 kills, like 10 kills is up for the side of Team HAVK. They are looking strong. That one elimination of the player would definitely affect a lot to the winner of the chicken dinner, which might have been compromised already.
Yeah, but I didn't understand the fact why Kharku was so much, eager to get that kill. He could have waited. He could have survived Afghan, but it seemed like he didn't want to survive. He went on, he tried, he got that one kill. That is what I was telling, right, Afghan? You need to see the bigger picture. You get 1 point and get eliminated. That's not a value you add to your team. You survive, you add 4 points to your team by surviving. But at this moment, Navi eliminates the God Squad. Last Miramar's winners are taken down. HAVK with 10 kills. Killua God is looking dangerous with his K9. Anything can happen at this moment. 5 teams, 16 players are still surviving. Lot to happen. Lots of drama. It's all happening in Miramar. Let's see Afghan who gets the winner chicken dinner.
Man, it's the final map of Miramar, and after this, no more Miramar, as it's only going to be one last map of Erangel. Team Uncrowned Kings, just besides them, it's going to be the lineup of team. None other than KILLFEED. He breaks down the wall. He tries to make sure that at least if you want to use some explosion so he gets to his advantage, utility is going to be drained down. Team Enigma have no clue that it's not just one, but it's rather 2 teams. On the other hand, Zakram gets taken down from the side of team none other than Navi M4. Team Navi M4 has to really play a match of the day at this point. Previous match was indeed good, but wasn't quite enough for them to secure the top 5 position. You definitely do not want to just aim towards top 7 or top 8. A top top 5 would really be kind of reasonable for you to at least give a buffer of error for you if you, in case you just get a drop clash from the teams who are at the bottom stage at your last map of an angle. Consistency definitely matters, but in case you get early elimination, that's something which you would really not expect. On the other hand, the zone is also shrinking towards the center, kind of an hybrid zone. Not much to really talk about, as teams are really not gonna just be totally favoring the zone or not. Most of the teams are definitely on the edges. None of them have really made it up to the center, but no, you cannot take that much time to sit on your vehicle. They definitely have these skills for themselves, but somewhere down the line, team, NM is still kind of surviving. Finally tries to stay them down, but what is this position? What is this play like? Team NM4, who does that?
God. Why will you do that? I know you don't have option, but my goodness, HAVK team through the kitchen sink at Navi M4. It seemed like they had everything to throw at them, and it worked in their favor. 6 kills for KILLFEED. Hits UWU. Last time he was there, he secured the second position, almost pulled out the match from GodSquad's hand. But look at KILLFEED, he's irritating Enigma's players right now. 5 teams are surviving. 5? No, it's 4 teams are surviving. And a match to be won. I think KILLFEED and his team has a luxury of cover, but the rest of the teams, in the map, doesn't seem to have that, and they have to move in. And I think team, Upcon, I think team HAVK also needs to move inside the circle right now, because I saw they are at the edge. But Enigma's players, they're just surviving, they're barely surviving, but they are being punished. But no, Mr. Responsible, he gets connected from team Enigma. Salman SP, he has a car 98 in his hand. Ghostly Boy, he is carrying a 2014, but they're being very watchful, very careful. But Ghostly Boy is getting fired at. But look at Shadbhai, King and Uncrowned Kings once again. Don't say me that Uncrowned King is also winning this match, Upcon. I won't be able to take it once again.
You mean it, the hat-trick map it is indeed, I think, like, not just into a streak, but definitely if they win the third map, but like 3 maps for 4, like 3 out of 4 is a big number, isn't it? And now the Uncrowned Kings trying to loot as much as possible. Just 56 ammo, even they know isn't going to be possible, but whoa, the Mosin headshot comes in onto the heads of Aurum. That's right between his eyes, and Teamwork is up with total of 13 kills. That's an absolute madness coming from the side of TeamHawk, a team whom we talked about, who had to compromise a lot at the kill points, because Hades was the player who came up to the second position as a solo surviving player in the previous Miramar. This Miramar indeed is looking quite strong, and Salman has just another map. He is just knocking each and every player down. No way, that was a no-scope! That was a no-scope kill! Salman SP, what is up with this guy? He eliminates the entire lineup at a place where I was saying an absolute madness coming in for the side of none other than TeamHawk, up with total of 13 kills, and they lose out to Salman himself. Finally, you gotta fear the Enigma, because Enigma is right back in action down for 24.
Oh no, it is going to stay because King is still alive. He has an AUG in his hand, but 2 players are down. Ghostly's grenade can be deadly, but King is still alive. King wants to conquer. Uncrowned King is there. Ghostly Boy, but no, Enigma finally delivers it. Winner, chicken dinner for Enigma Gaming. Finally, you can say it, Upcon, loud and clear. Not an anticlimax for Enigma Gaming. Enigma Gaming team just was ripping things apart in this map and secured the winner chicken dinner. Almost for Uncrowned Kings once again. But Uncrowned Kings, these guys are just coming into a map, they're securing the first position or the second position. They are always there and are, I think, I'll say this, Upcon, before the 5th match even starts, Uncrowned Kings are qualified for the Bangalore Lands. Congratulations, guys. You guys have fun. 5th map. You want to play, don't play. You know it what to do.
That's great. And that really comes out, from any like a player, especially or even who has so much experience in these battle royale games. We know how hard it gets, but the way teams are making it look they're easy, especially on Crown Kings, it doesn't happen like this. 4 maps, you win 2 map at the #1, you come to one at #2, one at #3. Like, what more do we expect from Uncrowned King? They came at the first, they came at the second, which is this map, they came at the top 3 position. Currently they are ruling the overall points table, and we were like, in the start of the map, we were completely talking about welcome to Minas. They indeed are going to be a little bit disappointed with their own self, with their own performance. Team Enigma Gaming finally delivering it, and that's why we say, starting off 3 maps, starting off 1-2 maps is something where you are really trying to get to know yourself, get your hands off to the game. But once you get to that zone, there's no stopping you, and that's what Team Enigma did. They definitely made sure that they were completely devastating this entire lobby, and I'm quite excited to see that what do we have more for the last map of Erangel, Loro.
Yeah, of course, but we need to wait for some time. And let's take a break. After the break, we will for sure come up with the scorecard of the 4th map and with the last map of this Acer Predator League 2022. But yes, it will be the last map of for today, Acer Predator League 2022. And let's take a short break and we'll be right back with the last map.
I stay real. Remember now for the opposition, we don't do this for mass appeal. Don't make me blast it still. I couldn't work, no Vladimir. Want me to lose, but I can't. Mama shed like 1,000 tears. I can't do that shit to waste. Pull up in the tape. Next year you gon' see me pull up in the race. All I do is ball hard. Mama told me, boy, make sure you tired the latest. When I was down bad, boy, I got on my knees, I started to pray. Now I'm breaking bread with my young better ways. He was a part of the gang. No, now he getting paid every single day. Yeah, I was hustling. I could turn an 8 to a 28. Let me show you. Well, they can kiss my ass. Yeah, see them lights. You know I got the strap. Fuck right up, now he getting paid every single day. Yeah, I was hustling. I could turn an 8 to a 28. Let me show you. Well, they can kiss my ass. Yeah, see them lights. You know I got the strap. Fuck right, I push the I won't wait to the bag, boy, you know I push the gas.
Yeah, okay, my timing is critical. They know my rhyming is pivotal. Homie, the dash is digital, gas residual. Fire and smoke like I'm leading a ritual. You bet my cash is long. I ain't the gas and long. Running my way, I'm in the my zone. I'm gonna blast them all, sliding on faith. I've been out finding my ways, grinding for days. Seven, I'm shining a tape. All of y'all wanted for praise, stuck in a phase. Letting it turn in a blaze, yeah. Homie, you're doing a race, nah. Better to stick to your place, yeah. Want it all, I got a taste. You push on the pedal, now I gotta skate, yeah. All I ever known, put me on this throne. Pinnacle, push my buttons, and that's what I'm doing. What you know, what you own. Push it and I zone. Sonic boom is full of grown. Run it to the drone with my goons, motherfucker. Y'all know what it do with the crew when we coming through. Y'all know better move.
We are back after a short little break, and you guys are watching Acer Predator League 2022 for PUBG PC. And I think we are almost there, Upcon, but still one match is to be played, yet to be played. 4 matches are done and dusted, and we already know few teams who have already made it towards the Bangalore land. Few teams are struggling, few teams are fighting, but this is going to be the last map, Upcon. So, do or die situation. What is your opinion?
I think it's indeed going to be like we are in for a very long ride. And looking after the map wise scorecard, wow, man, Team Hawk, even though they were down, I think they got eliminated at the third position, where it was a very big, like a fumble of them just getting down with the pickup trunk and getting at the center of the circle, being surrounded with Team Enigma and Team Uncrowned Kings. But nonetheless, their kills were there to back them up, and with able to get back with the winner chicken dinner for the first time in the semi-finale one. On the other hand, we have Uncrowned King still being consistent. They did got elimination, eliminated at the second spot, but they now are at the third position because the total, like calculating the win, the total number of kill points, that's something which is definitely going to add up. With 8 total kill points, it was Team F911 as well, who in the earlier I saw them eliminating, one of the teams who gave them a clash up there at the Picardo region, which was, I guess, Gentle Pandas. Even Death Parade were the one who lost that, one player and definitely the entire squad. So Team 5911, this is what we were talking about, that even though sometimes you might not get the advantage in terms of the placement point, if you really step up to be, the teams who comes up with most number of kills, and those skill points definitely, are kind of rewardful. But still, Team 5911, they are 7 points away from getting qualified to the top 8 position. Teams who have crossed 35 mark, I do believe they are having a very big advantage at this point. But looking after the overall scorecard, what do you
Yep. I think
Yep, surely I totally
mhm,
like
Upcon, I
as
feel.
you had told.
Mhm. Okay, I feel Uncrowned Kings, as Upcon said, Uncrowned Kings, God Squad, HAVK, Enigma Gaming, and Navi. These are the few squads who are almost gone through, or you can say they are already qualified for the semi-finals, or the finals. Sorry, not semi-finals. Semi-finals they already qualified. For the finals they have qualified. Teams like 5911, as Apcon was talking about, like these guys are, were showing performance in bits and parts, but these guys have the potential, but still they couldn't, provide the performance which we guys were expecting, or the fans were expecting, or the community was expecting from them. But still, there's one match is yet to be played, right, Afcon. And 9 years old are at 23. Bahr Sahiyee are also at 23, 26. Only 3 points, 3 point, no, 4 point difference is being shown at this moment. Let's wait and see what teams like w- Welcome to Minas can pull off, teams like uh, FF pull off, because these kind of teams have the potential to qualify for the finals, but they need to showcase in this map only. But they need to make sure also that the teams above them don't perform. So either they can directly
Yeah.
go and clash and eliminate them, or they have to outperform them in the map itself.
Truly, truly, I totally agree with every single thing as you mentioned, and you gotta really make sure that you're able to avoid at least those drop clashes initially. If any team out there comes up to be on top, like on those initial drop clashes, it could be really difficult. It would definitely be a 50-50% chance, because whenever we see these drop clashes, unlike Yasiana, where both of these teams, even Aura had earlier talked about that they have something like they aren't quite competing up against each other, rather choosing to go off, just going off with a peace treaty and just fall back, making sure that they fall back and get towards a safe position, because their main aim is not just to get those early finishes, but to make sure that they survive, they thrive with their four players, and they also gather along some kills. Most of the teams out there who had highest number of kills or in the previous map did not manage
Hmm.
to win the match, and that's the reason Team Enigma Gaming, even after winning the winner chicken dinner, weren't at the number one position. They did climb up
Yeah.
the board by a lot, but still there's a lot to be expected. And Team General Pandas this time once again going all the way towards the Milta Power. I love to see the plane part once again being from Milta Power towards the George Pool area. Let's hope to get some containers first, because that is something which really we are quite excited about. Whenever we see these last matches, we see teams definitely doing something different, and don't be shocked even if you see only little players or teams are surviving in the end zone, because this is the last map. Most of the teams are going to make sure that they go big or they go home at this point.
Yeah, of course. Like, they have no other option. Like, during school days, we used to have those MCQ type questions where you have options, right? This time, at this moment, they have no option. They have to perform, or they have to go home. And I don't think no team is here to go home, right? Nobody likes to hear the word going back home or losing, or cannot perform. So everybody is a doer here. So they will try to do it, and they will try to pull it off. But at this moment, I feel a situation is being created at the Novo Bridge, maybe, because they're trying to cross that area. But once again, circle. Why is the circle being so cruel with the players? No, Upcon, look at the circle. Once again, maybe I can say 40% of the circle is in the liquidish area or the water area, whichever the case
Yeah,
may
man.
be. Only a smaller portion or a smaller chunk of the land is still there. But this is the first circle. Maybe the second circle can be a shift towards a hard shift towards land area, or can be a water circle as well. And if there is a shift towards the water, then the players will find it a little difficult to survive at that time. But let's see. And at this moment, 5911, Kharku, in the Minawar map, he was surviving alone. He could have waited. I think sometimes you always pl- try to check your patience. These players have shown immense trigger discipline, especially the players of Uncrowned Kings and the God Squad players. These guys have done tremendously well. That is why they have been performing so well in this semi-final one.
Definitely, man. And once again, like looking out teams like these drop clashes, I'm not completely surprised by that. But what I am surprised is about all the 60 players kind of still surviving here. George Pool City it is, and not the containers. Like we did demand it for a container fight, but maybe teams are up here with the city fights. It's a 4v4 fight. This is going to be indeed interesting, because previously as well, there was a shift, and that was from team 5911 Oro, where they dropped down all the way towards the side of Picado. the heavy price was being paid from the start of Death Parade because they got eliminated in the casinos fight. So this time I think indeed you gotta like beware of this team, because this team is completely having the firepower by their side. They have even proved themselves in the previous map, and just because they got eliminated doesn't mean that they don't have much potential. Like in previous map, I still remember they have total of 8 points. Now, as I mentioned before we started off the map, that there's a team right there at the 8th position. In case Team 511 want to overtake them, they have to just reduce that mark of 8 points which is there. They only have 16 point, plus they have to add at least 15 to 20 more, which means that you need to come on top with at least double digit of kill points. Now, will that be possible or no? That's a big question. But when do we start that? That should be right now, right here, because in case you get those number of kills in the starting of the map, things are gonna look slight easier, as you are already in this fighting zone, and you might really get a less opponent in the end circles.
Yeah, of course, Upcon. I think look at KILLFEED and Mr. Responsible. These guys have been struggling while rotating towards the circle. Always have seen them, getting off guard, being off guard towards the teams. And let's see, 5911 are closer to them, and they know it that some teams, some players are there. They don't know who is it, but they'll find out. Let's see if they take this fight or not, because the circle is not towards them. Upcon, we saw the circle, it was towards more towards the Milta side, Milta power side, Milta power side. Let's see teams how will they rotate and how will they manage to survive in this circle, because survival is the biggest problem which these teams have been facing, because few teams like Enigma had a problem of surviving, but last game they proved it that they can survive, they can get the chicken, they get those chicken dinners. I think same these I need to tell you, this is not GTA again. Once again, this is not GTA, guys. This is PUBG PC. Got to once again with that M16. He connects one or two shot, but the way he was drifting with those cars, I was going back to the Tokyo Drift movie. Have you watched it, up on?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. Like out of the entire series, that one was one of the one which had like coolest run. But at the same time, they are two of the amazing teams running up against each other. No, not at this point. One of the main assault against the three players, but the spray is promising enough, and that really gives up a lot of pressure. But after the numbers loss, I really think that could be a big trigger warning. And Turbo was down to just a pixel HP auto right there. It's a 3v4 situation. Do we expect Team 511 to 5911 to actually come up on top? Oh, SLR shots are looking promising, and look at the damage. The damage is massive. The armor is going to be broken down, and so will be the helmet. But Gatu, he is still at a very difficult position. Team KILLFEED, they need to make sure that they definitely not overcommit to the fight while they don't have the intel. Two players have been spotted, but one of the players is definitely all the way back towards the hospital regions. If we talk about the start of Gen 2 Pandas, they do have 4 players remaining alive.
Yeah, of course, Afghan. At this moment, I felt that that prone that player was trying to do, or was when he was crossing, trying to jump or cross that broken wall. That was a desperate prone shot. I think otherwise he could have got knocked out at that moment. KILLFEED players are literally creating a lot of problems for Team 5911, and they at this moment they don't have answers, and the way they were using the vehicles and they didn't have any information. Okay, this tried a wide swing but didn't work. Actually, Mr. Responsible, he was ready.
And on the other hand, 58 players still surviving. Loss for the start of Team 5911 is something which is definitely like not going to favor them in the end circles as well. So if they got an opportunity, if they have that intel, I don't think that they might really be willing to take on to that 2v4 situation against them. But General Pandas as well, on the other hand, fighting up against Team NM4, which is going to be Navi M4, and behind them, the there's another team who is willing to give a third party. Is that the case? Is that like, is it what we seeing? Because if that is the case, this would be a big punishable situation for the side of Navi M4. Because Navi M4 cannot really afford to lose out their players. Cyclone manages to get one player. He manages to shoot onto another one, but that wasn't quite enough. But Beast Official comes up with the backup. Team Death Parade, they are going big because they know that they have to get a many number of kills. But Team NM4, they are paying a hefty price for that.
Of course, I think. Oh, that grenade was big upcon and Nati. Oh no, that wasn't big. Out as well. Upcon, I think that will put his team into a messed up situation. That Parade is eliminated. Upcon 15th position. I think that with that, their hopes also are done and dusted. Maybe. Let's see. We'll still wait for the final verdict. The final verdict will obviously come when we see the overall scoreboard. But at this moment, Mr. Responsible, he is a responsible player, but Turbo is knocked out from his team. Can they revive Turbo? Yeah, they have revived him. Circle is not here. I said earlier, Afcon, it is going to be the survival game, a survival of the fittest. Let's see who can or who cannot. Karku and his K9. Oh, was a suspicious shot. But, yeah, it seemed close, but it was not actually Afcon. We know it. Anyways, they have decided that we are not taking this fight. We will move towards a circle because at this moment, if you take too much damage, if you use too much of your utilities, it won't be of any good, right, Afcon?
True, man, true, totally. And as you mentioned that that 8 point of difference, how is team 5-9-11 willing to cover that now? Now see, one team is being eliminated. They are down with only 3 players, and look what the zone looks like. Imagine still having 50% of the entire end circle inside the water region. That's going to be completely, in defining disadvantage for the teams right there. But luckily, it's a mid setup. Now you see a bit of 15% only inside the water zone. You have 80% ride up, 85% ride up for the play. A bit of Lipovka, prison once again, shelter region alongside Milta Power and the Milta area. Now, where is the end zone heading? That's going to be a big question. Plus, at the same time, some late rotations coming in from the side of team KILLFEED as well. All the 4 players are riding the Dacia, and 2 players just move around with another vehicle. I'm not a big fan of staying out of the circle for much long, but at the same time, the reason stays is not because you got to use those medkits, is because the teams that are inside the zone, they have already captured each and every ideal positioning which you might want to have to keep. And once you go there, you're just ending up yourself in a 4v4 competitive fight, and that really brings up that 50-50 opportunity that you either win it or you either lose it. And if you win it as well, there's no confirmation that all the 4 players will be alive for you.
Yeah, of course, Afcon. Late rotation has its own advantage and disadvantages as well. You said the disadvantages part. Advantages, that nobody else is at your back, but look at the HP. They're only surviving on energy points at this moment, Afcon, and they have used a lot of their healing items, and this is going to be a struggle when they are going to take fights later in the game, Afcon, because this is just the first circle, and the second circle has already closed in towards Milta Power. As you can see, Enigma Gaming, the last match was a huge one for them because they secured a winner chicken dinner, and they are looking for more. They don't want to stop. They do not want the momentum shift, which is always has been the problem. Like, if you don't have momentum, you always seem to be a messed up team, and you always end up on the losing side. But if you have momentum, you always are on the correct mindset. You try to do things, you try to execute things, you try to create situations rather than waiting on opponents to make mistakes. So, in this PUBG PC world, you have two kind of players who create plays and who hops on or who waits on teams to make mistakes, right? And it seems team NM4 at this moment are trying to initiate a fight with team FF, but not of so much. I don't think let's see these players can if they can create any kind of value or not.
True, man, and I think with only 54 players, I shouldn't be using the word only 54 because out of 60 players, only 6 players so far auto have been eliminated. But on the other side, it's going to be Navi. Oh my god, that was brilliant! Knock coming in onto the heads of Baba, which was from the side of the God Squad. Now, see, here's what the God Squad has really done today. They came up winning back to back, like in 2 maps. Like first map they came at the second position, second map they came at the first position, but then in the next 2 maps they got an early elimination, which was kind of a big breakthrough for the side of team Uncrowned Kings to come up at the first position. Even Team Enigma might be the one who has pushed down with only 5 points to overtake the side of Team TSG, but this is where Team TSG needs to really step up. Can they be the team who won the first ever Erangel and the second? Because eventually the number of kill points that they had in both of these respective maps were 13 total kills. With this many number of kills, it really shows that how much potential does this team carries on. On the other hand, team GP, which is going to be the side of, I believe, it's Navi M4 who denies a player. Turbo
what?
gets taken
Turbo?
down with a bit of the fall damage, but this is not the time for such plays. 30 seconds remaining for the third zone to shrink in, and we only have 14 teams alive. Only one team so far who has been eliminated. With 14 teams left, any team getting eliminated might not come up with the ranking point, but the kill points need to be slaughtered, and that is something which Team Enigma Gaming
Turbo
is now looking forward for.
eliminated.
But Turbo eliminates himself. That's kind of unfortunate because that wasn't even a kill which will be given to any of the teams right there.
You know what happened, Afghan? It was KILLFEED's team who went on to Giorgio City, not the crate, and they were taking a fight against 5911. They rotated late. They didn't have utilities. They used up all the utilities. And what more can you expect, right? But look at Salman SP. He has a SLR in his hand, and in front of him, they are the Uncrowned Kings. They are one of the teams to beat at this moment, along with Enigma Gaming. They have been firing all cylinders. Yeah, you can do that, Salman, but he's being patient. He did not want to, you know, uh, make Team Uncrowned Kings know that he is here. Okay, he can take one shot, but he's still not taking any kind of risk. Maybe it his team's call, or maybe it is his call. I really want to understand what is he trying to do at this moment. Okay, is he trying to get more out of it because he hasn't taken any shot and he's using kind of painkillers to boost his EP? Let's
Yup.
see. For the time being, finally found is taking shots. Oh no, finally Salman takes, and finally Salman takes 2 players down, Upcon. This was the outcome which we didn't think, but Salman, he delivers it, which we can't imagine. This player is imagining in his head.
Team Uncrowned Kings, they left with some unfinished business. Previously in the match, Uncrowned Kings were the one who had totally been dethroned from that position, and it was Team Enigma Gaming. It was Salman himself who was looking quite powerful in that action of DMR. On the other hand, we have the side of Chupa Chups who are also just willing to get on with the fight. The GodSquad, no! Oh, this is going to be so punishable, and that's going to be a bit of an elimination point for Team TBS as well. Chupa Chups are only able to gather one kill for so far. Oh, the SLR looks promising, and SLR is really able to deliver. They get the 3 team kills, and also that they are also going to eliminate one of the teams right there. On the other hand, Team TBS is also not looking on a good position. Bahr is going to be the one who is totally taking a lot of damage from all of the players right there. Team 5, 9, 11 now have a chance to gatekeep not just 2 of the top teams, but also the third team, which is going to be down the line, Team Enigma. Uncrowned Kings. I want to see how they are going to come up all the way inside the zone, because so far they are outside of the zone, and also that they do not have much vehicles to work with. Kid is going to be eliminated from the side of Pankill. Sadbhai is still alive. Wait a minute, Sadbhai, he eliminates himself somehow by just getting destructed by that end zone.
Of course, that is what has the case been so far, Upcon. You don't prioritize the circle will of course punish you. The blue circle at this moment is the MVP maybe, but it is not possible. But players, I think few players have already managed to impress the audience already. Players like Salman, players like Uncrowned Kings, I think full Uncrowned Kings team only. It's not an individual performance, team game end of the day, and these guys are doing a huge job in putting their team onto the map where they can make themselves qualify for the LAN finals, which is going to be held on Bangalore. And already, I think teams like Uncrowned Kings, Enigma, HAVK have made through, but still they are, wanting more. Look at KILLFEED. This guy is a demon with that sniper in his hand, and whenever I see him, he's always looking for short connections. He is not that kind of a guy who doesn't want to give his opponent a sneak bit of chance to survive. Okay, Wolfie guy, he was waiting. He took some shots and himself also received some damage.
Yup, at the same hand, Team KF, which is going to be KILLFEED, is going to lose on Mr. Responsible. DRS is looking very powerful, but that's how team is. KF, who is going to be KILLFEED, lose out to another player advantage. Team Hawk looking powerful with 4 players alive. On the other hand, Rocker is also looking to get few kills onto the side of KILLFEED's. Oh, this patience is definitely going to pay off, but it's an 8x. It's an 8x.
No.
Just incline your scope a bit. Incline your scope a little bit. Just one left click and that's it. But this is indeed going to be a body shot. Killua, I'm going to be so surprised if he's going to be AFK at this point. And that's indeed is going to be so unfortunate. His team might not be able to spectate him, but right there he's giving a lot of info. And well, it seems to be as if a team KILLFEED had to play a price for that. At this point, Team 4B definitely are on the way, at least getting few damage onto themselves. But how long is the patience on for the side of Team Hawk? On the other hand, Team 5911 is also still surviving somehow. 3 players alive. Now they spot on towards the side of Team NM, but at the same time with 11 players, you'll have to see which team comes up to the center of the circle, because that's where the zone is heading, and that's where teams also needing to be, because in case you get the center of the circle at this point, and that too when Milta, Pav and Milta are the most contested region, that's going to be a big breakthrough, a big advantage. And Team Enigma, they're looking to be the first one to be there.
No, one shot, 2 shot, body. I think. He did connect ahead. Oh, that last shot was too close. Up gone. Maybe Chupa Chups player Kuram could have got knocked at that time. He was very careful. Kharku, I think, knocks out NM4's Baba. 9-year-old Painkill takes down Commando Black. Fights are happening. Multiple areas, multiple teams are fighting it out. Zaz is trying to spot out Gurem here because he has smoked himself out. This is a good way to create space for yourself, because you have so much little space to play with, because you don't have a proper solid cover rather than the small narrow I think the at this moment Zed once again connects a good amount of damage towards Gurem. Chupa Chups player needs to create some kind of cover so that Zed is little bit engaged and his teammate can fall back towards them and can be safe. But at this moment he's not safe. But look at 5911's position. They have managed to enter the circle, but will they be able to infiltrate the opponent's position? Because they're trying to do that. They have a UAV, but look at HGW with that SKS. He takes one more player down. Zakir, okay, Zakri. NM4 Zakri is with this guy. Securing kills. Kharku is a lone player surviving.
Oh no.
Can he survive? He's capturing through the one team. A lot of messed up situation. It's all happening in this like it's the last map. But look at Hits and look at Hawk. These guys are not stopping. They're qualified, but still they want more. But jump shot. Kharku is still surviving. Oh my god. Kharku is putting an impossible clutch at this moment. 5911. Oh my god, Upcon. What is happening? Kharku is just ripping things apart at this moment.
5911 right there have got a big resurrection to make sure that their possibility to qualify is still on top. 8 is what they are looking for. They are currently at the 9th position. They are currently 10 points behind the mark, but with that 3 kill, with being surviving in the top 7 position, do we have the chance? That's going to question. Team Hawk is also up with 4 total kills, but yeah, the problem is still going to be on Team 5911. There's another problem right there, as they are down to 2 players competing up against 4 players. of team finally found who are getting pinned down from the side of behind, who is going to be the God Squad. And there's also another team right behind them, which is going to be, if I'm not wrong, team NM4, which is, the side of Navi M4. Well, we'll have to see that because finally found a willing to overcome it. But this overcommitment might be a bit punishable. Welcome to Minas as well towards the northern side of the mountain. This is where problem starts to gather as team finally found to make sure that they make themselves live at the position. Both the players are just scattered once. They could do a lot of job, but there's a knock coming in. Karku is not willing to knock, but if he is willing to go on to confirm his kill, that's going to be a big issue right there. It's a 1v2 situation. Both the players are trying to go on the HP, but no! He gets it off angle. Rupesh is off with 40 kills. It's a 1v1 situation. Team 5-9-11, this clutch would really make sure that they are able to qualify for Bangalore. They will be playing in the grounds of Bangalore to make sure that they prove themselves up. But before that, they need to prove themselves. Rupesh is gone firstly with the revival. There's a nade being tossed off. That nade could do a lot of job. Can that? No, that's not the case. Molotov being strengthened towards the side of Chess area. He is using his energy points to his best of his advantage. But in a 1v2 situation, finally found this is the last moment. The nade came in from one hand but did not deliver the connection. Rupesh gets a kill confirmation from Bravo.
Yeah, exactly. I think 591 players, especially Kharku and Rupesh, these guys are not choking. These guys are not giving up, and this has been the case for Acer Predator League 2022. AFCON. This could have been done long back, but Kharku pulled it off for his team. My goodness, if this team secures more points, will be because of this man's great, but at this moment, Translucent, the God Squad is still alive and alive with 4 players up on, and I think Team Enigma is in a big concerning spot. He finishes already AKM and that random spamming spray on that smoke. Just trying to connect any kind of, if he was lucky, he could have connected, but he didn't connect any kind of shot. Molotov first throat, but not a single damage connected with that Molotov Upcon.
True, man, and I think beforehand as well, like the way team Welcome to Minas will be performing in the start, they are the one, who are up with 19 total points. They have to be the one who have to get a good number of kills, but team Enigma, they are in a big disadvantageous position. Team Welcome to Minas are really not willing to welcome them. They didn't come inside the zone. Oh, no, the kills have been confirmed, and that's going to be HAVK who will confirm the kill of Ghost Boy. Ghostly Boy now is going to be turned down, but Team Enigma still left with 2 players. This indeed is going to be one of the longest map till now. 25 minutes, 32 seconds, and still 18 players alive. Top 7 teams is what we are looking forward for, and each and every top 7 teams is willing to make sure that they are able to book their slots at the top 8 position. Today is just the semi-finale one, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Acer Predator League 2022 PUBG PC, and the top teams are going to get all the way chance to attend the LAN event at the Bangalore. This is going to be a bit exciting because teams also, it's not just qualifying to the next phase, but also if they qualify there, they have given a chance to represent India. But before that, Baby Ray gets taken down. Gurem is going to be just a solo player surviving. He cannot afford to lose. He needs to make sure that he gathers few more positioning points before he eliminates in the very last map of this entire semi-finale one.
Yeah, exactly. The God Squad players, look at them. They are trying to, infiltrate the circle, but it's not going to be easy. Look at HAVK. He's in a good position. Arku is still delivering, still providing those damage, still getting those important frags for his team. Still, the number is 5 on the kill side, but look at God Squad players. I think they're trying to secure this position, secure the compound maybe. But it seems like the compound is clear. No one is holding that. Okay.
Oh, no,
FF, you got these team of shotgun. What? How did you hear them coming in? I didn't understand that. I got confused, literally. Upcon, I didn't hear them. But it's not me who is trying to hear them. It's the player who should have heard the players coming inside the compound. Not a good ending for Team 5911.
Man, just hiding his way through with the shotgun and walking around the houses. That did not really give up any sound of sound cues, even though Team 5911 knew what was at stake, but Team Hog, well, they are down to very low HPs. Two of the players outside of the circle with only 10 HP remaining. Meanwhile, the rest of the team right there are willing to go and start his own team. GodSquad is still surviving, pinning down the players of Team Hog. But Team Hog, that's his own team. Enigma Gaming, Mr. Hardwell. Well, Mr. Hardwell, you have now been surviving from Team Enigma, and you have been someone who has really been in, like talks whenever we used to come up towards the casting desk. But Mr. Hardwell, will he be able to deliver? Will he be able to prove himself for once and for all again? This team has definitely shown a great game position, but finally, Mr. Hardwell. Oh, what a prey transfer coming in from the side of the GodSquad, but Teamwork is down to Aurum. Aurum has to make sure that he comes up, heals himself, just 50 HP remaining for his side, but the Molotov is going to land some damage. Julian is still not sure that whether that revival needs to be given or no, but Aurum is quite ready for this fight, but the third party, oh no, the third party becomes a on the side of the GodSquad, and the GodSquad is now going to make sure that they will capitalize to this movement, and the GodSquad is also going to get eliminated from the side of team none other than Hawk.
Upcon, just leave everything. Look who is surviving with 4-man standing. It is welcome to Minas. They know if they win this game, they might qualify for the Bengaluru land. Team Teachers Translucent doesn't want that. He will take down HAVK Aurum as well. HAVK is still surviving with 3 players. It seems. I think, yes, they're still surviving with 3 players. Upcon, no, actually 2 players. And welcome to Minas has 4-man. SF team only has 1 player to offer, but will it be team welcome to Minas? Who will secure a winner chicken dinner in this map? A grenade has been thrown out. It's going to be very difficult for, I think, that FF player to secure the circle or infiltrate the circle at this moment, because he's being watched. He's being watched by every member of Welcome to Minas. But look at Hayes, UWU and Bates. I think until unless these guys are taken out, and nothing can be said. It's not over till it's over, as they say. But let's see, can these guys pull it off? Fierce is looking at the correct direction, but is you too good looking at the correct direction? I don't think so, because might not expect Max out there, but the rest of the players can be taken off guard. So both the players need to be correct. Max is looking at the correct direction. Max is spotted player. You too good. A lot of damage has been dealt. Now, 2 players are looking at that same guy. He gets taken out. Good decision from Tuhin. Max 10. It's a 2v4 situation, Upcon. It's like, if they win, they might secure the positioning, and they might secure the land final slot as well. What will happen? It's very uncertain. But still, what is certain is, oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, what? Oh, for a second I thought the grenade was in place, but the tree. Upcon, it's all happening here.
It's all happening here. It's all gonna happen right now, and it's gonna be Team walking a 2v4 situation. But it's happening top. Midway to being spotted. Both the players are gonna be pinned down from each and every angle possible. But Rado, oh no, he gets spotted. He gets taken down. It's a 1v4 team. Welcome to Minas. Whether they were being welcomed or Miramar, no, that's not the case. But in the Wrangle, they are gonna shut down each and every player. They are gonna be the winners for the last map at the Acer Predator League 2022. What an amazing gameplay from the side of Team WTM. Each and every team, they had a hard-fought battle, and they fought it all the way till the very last circle. Team 5911 missed by an inch, losing it out to that shotgun of Team finally found the 2 frags for them, and also the #3 position, which we currently want to talk about. But alongside that, is this performance going to be enough for most of the teams? Because there will be at least 1 or 2 teams who will be getting a very heartbreaking exit. Team 5911, even though we see, like players playing so well, they they came so close. Will they be near, or will they be that far towards the victory line? Will they be that far through towards the finish line, which was coming at the top 8 position?
That answer can be only known, Upcon, when we see the overall scoreboard. Maybe not, because I seem confident, but let's see. Let's wait for the scoreboard. But let's take a short break, and after the break, you guys will know which team is qualifying and which team is not.
Man, what a day it's been. We are on with all of the five map. Welcome once again, all the ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to everyone here at Acer Predator League 2022. Although it's been a phenomenal fight between all of our 15 teams. But now only 8 teams are going to be the one who will head over to the next phase. Which team is it going to be? We'll be taking a quick look.
Yeah, of course. Let's see who is qualifying. Okay, let's
Some hype,
let's wait.
some
Let's
hype to
wait.
be made.
Exactly. But it's not the overall scoreboard which we are waiting for. Sometimes the production also plays with us, plays with our emotions. But okay, that's okay. That is welcome to Minas, who got the winner chicken dinner upcon, and they secured total 17 points because they had only kill points and position points. They got 10, so which makes it to a total of 17. But look at the second page Afcon. I see a familiar name which is not seen here. I said them. I think they took me too serious. Like right upon after the chicken dinner in
Hmm,
Erangel. Yeah, after the chicken dinner in Miramar, I said if they play the fifth match or not, that doesn't matter. Uncrowned Kings have qualified. It took me too seriously. They didn't play good. They literally secure only 0 points. Afcon. Like what's happening, bro?
true. I mean, I'm just looking forward to see what the overall might really look like. Cause see, Team Enigma, the previous map that they performed is gonna give them a big advantage. 7 points was needed for 5 9 11. They made up just 6 points. Now that's how heartbreaking for me to say that, because the way this team performed in the last two maps, just comparing the two maps of performance, they gained 15 points in the previous two maps. There were total of 5 maps, through which only two maps were well performed from the side of 5 9 11. Which team is it gonna be who will come at the 6th, 7th, 9th position? Can we still expect the Crowned Kings at the number one? Well, yes, we can, and top 8 is going to be secured all the way for the start of team 9 years old. You did talk about this team who was kind of lacking in the previous map, but they qualify with a 3 point advantage at a place. Or well, I was saying like maybe in 5 map we can expect 35 to be that benchmark. This seems to be like not even 35, it was almost 25 to 26, where team 9 years old came up on top and are now going to be qualified for the next phase.
Yeah, of course, congratulations to you guys because you guys are for sure going to Bangalore and you guys have another shot because there's something attached to that land as well. Upcon will not share it
Yeah,
now. We'll wait till tomorrow. Wait till tomorrow's matches gets over and we get our 16 teams. But hard luck to Bahr Sahiyee 5911.0. Finally found KILLFEED, Central Pandas, Bandos, and Death Parade. They tried their best, but it wasn't enough. Death Parade, I think they were desperate. Okay, that
definitely
was
the
bad
word you
again.
would want to
That was
use
bad
that.
again.
And no. That for me, that was great, man. But they had to be enough because just one kill. That is something which you could have never really expected. You made it this far, and in the start also we told Oro that it doesn't matter what it took for you to be here. What matters it what are you gonna
Hmm,
do from being here after
hmm,
being
hmm,
here
hmm,
at
hmm.
this stage, after being getting a big opportunity. You had a very big golden chance to make sure that you could showcase your performance. It's not only
Correct.
about the teams who kind of struggle. Even team Enigma Gaming struggle. We saw most of the teams out there fumble a bit in the very start, but like
Mhm,
we in Hindi also we have this like saying, like if end is good, everything is good. Anbala to sabala, and that's
hmm,
what happened for most of the teams who fight it all the way till the end zone. I think it was one of the most longest map out of the entire map pool.
Yeah.
31 minute 26 second was the total map time, which went all the way in the map of Erangel. Just healing battle is something which we did kind of miss, but man, team, they
Mhm.
fought it their heart out. They fought it their entire dedication out, and the passion. The game is, something that really these players are up for.
Mhm.
Definitely thanks to Acer as well, who is going to be up with such a massive event. To all the guys who have tuned in new, we would definitely, take this time
Mhm.
to, talk about the new, laptop, which is going to be Helios 300.
Helios
One of
300.
my
Yeah.
favorites indeed, which is the 12th gen iCore i9, where it comes up with an RTX 3080 in a market full of expensive, a graphic card. You get the entire laptop for such prices, which gives you maximum FPS, which has a great cooling system. What else would you need? Because me and Oro, whenever we play, I complain a lot about FPS, and being a gamer, FPS definitely matters.
Yeah, of course. With all that being said, Upcon, it's semi-finale one and it's over. Now it's time
Yeah,
for
man.
the second group, and for that you have
True.
to join us tomorrow. The guys who are watching us on Facebook, you too, and the guys who are watching us on YouTube as well. Make sure you guys are following us on your socials. Acer India, Playtonia, everyone is streaming at this moment so that you guys know where this event is happening. Acer is always have always been there, as Upcon said, with these kind of gaming products, and they are always there for the users and always there for the gaming community as well. I think this was it for today. It was me. This is Oro. With me was Upcon. We will take a leave for today and we'll meet you guys tomorrow with the semi-finale two matches. Till then, stay safe and keep smiling, guys. Peace out.
got sticks for real. We looking out for the opposition, we don't do this for mass appeal. Don't make me blast still.